And action. Hey everybody, how's it going? So today we have an A1398 that is not turning on. It appears this A1398 has been all around the world. So let's take a look and see why it is this machine's not turning on and see if we can make it work again. By the way, I'm not quite sure how most of you feel about Christmas presents, or whether or not you celebrate the holiday season, or whether or not you believe in gift giving, or, you know, stuffing people's stockings or anything like that. But just in case you do, I'm just throwing this out there.
We've been really good.
I think I've been really good this year.
All of us have.
I think we've been really good this year, subscribers. So I'm throwing this out there. I'm not saying that you have to get it. I'm just saying that if you were really a fan, if you really cared about me, if you really cared, you'd find it in your heart to buy this for me out of your own personal money.
Hi, my name is Sandeep and today I want to show you how X-ray inspection can show off defects on PCBs like this. Now let's load the sample. Let's begin by looking at a BGA device. The first thing I notice on this BGA package is the variation in ball size. The pins in this corner are small. We can see an open pin, and also we can see
inspect. It can see inside of chips.
Bridging between pads here.
So let's say I have a machine that's randomly crashing. That problem that I always say is unfixable. You could actually figure out why. Which chip has this slightly broken bond wire inside of it.
And I can do voiding analysis on.
I think I've been very good this year, Santa. I'm just saying. Just saying. It's about $140,000, I think. The last time I checked, it was $120, but that was a long time ago. Inflation and everything. All right, let's get started on this machine. Hopefully Santa thinks I've been good this year. Oh, pseudo memes. It's not about replacing the bond wires. It's about knowing which chip to replace. I thought you don't like the fact of giving gifts for the holiday. Yeah, I don't like giving gifts. Fuck that. But I'll take a free Nordson 3D X-ray machine. Giving, I hate. Taking, I like. I'm an employer in New York City. That's what we do. Sometimes I give gifts. Every now and then I give Paul the gift of missing platform reset L. I give David the gift of long screw and error 4013. I give Anel the gift of A1237s.
And a big delivery truck.
Show your A1237 from slot L19, by the way. He fixed a MacBook Air that has a spinning hard drive in it. This fucking savage right here. Look at this. Where's the charge port? Look at that. The charge port's on the bottom of the case. He fucking... Look at that shit, it works! It's an A1237. And it works! It doesn't beep. And L fixes the machines I put in his queue. Does Paul? See? NPR, I don't care. Like, once you make the phone over $1,000, I don't care anymore. If again, for me, not having a headphone jack or a charge port is a red herring. Who gives a fuck? You are trying to sell a phone for over $1,200. That's like, just fuck off. I stopped paying attention at that point. Whatever they do, whatever they insert into your anus at that point, that's on you. Once you decide it's okay to pay $1,200 for a phone that does the same shit as every other phone, whatever they decide to put in your anus in that point, that's your business. But, you know, ain't no surprise to me. All right. So let's see what we have over here. So this is an A1398. This is an 820-3662 motherboard, and if you're unable to read that for any reason, you may want to get your eyes checked because you may need some LASIK or a new set of glasses. It's right there. It's easily visible. And they say it's not turning on. So we have a couple of areas of corrosion, a little isolated corrosion. The first section is right over here. There's some dense corrosion by the backlight area. Over here, we have corrosion by the PP3V42 area, responsible for the SMC, one-wire circuit and all of that. Over here, we have corrosion by the I forget what that's for area, because that never gets corroded. And then over here, we have corrosion by the battery. Very minor. Really little tiny bits of blue on the battery, but so first thing I'm going to do, I want to know where I'm starting. So I'm going to turn on my power supply software, turn on the lovely Paul Daniels software, and get started with the power supply. The power supply is going to tell me how many volts this thing, how many amps this thing is using. So it looks like this actually already turns on. Let's see if it has a light on the screen. Actually, it turns on and then turns right off afterwards. I believe this model may need a working battery to boot all the way up. Can we X-ray Oreo with that machine? I would not subject Oreo to X-ray. I'm not going to put radiation through my little guy.
I've had people X-ray their cat at the airport.
Why would...
Refused to take him out of the bag. He said, no way am I taking him out of the bag.
What's your opinion on Stallman and GNU Linux? He's a staunch advocate for his particular ideology and cause. If you're willing to use a Lenote laptop that doesn't even have suspend functions just because it has an open source BIOS, then you do you. But I'm beyond the point of rearranging my life so that I can have my software be open source. I believe that there are multiple types of freedom. One of the other types of freedom is freedom as in free time, meaning that I don't have to spend 5 hours figuring out how to do something that another product already figured out how to do and is already sold, working with that kind of functionality. So there's free as in freedom, there's free as in open source, there's free as in doesn't cost money, and then there's free as in you can see everything, and then there's also freedom as in free time. And as I've gotten older, the type of freedom that GNU and Richard Stallman advocates for has become less and less important to me than freedom as in free time, because I can use that free time to advocate for other things that are more important than shit like, you know, having an open source BIOS. Like, if I could put my computer to sleep, if I can suspend it, rather than just turn it off and start fresh every single time if I'm traveling, I could use that time for something else. If I don't have to spend 40 minutes to get my trackpad to work the same way it does in Windows and it'll T440p researching what to put in my xorg.conf, I can use that 40 minutes to make an instructional video. If I don't need to do SCSI emulation in 2002 just to be able to burn a DVD, I can use the hour that I would have researched how to do that to learn something about electronics that I could then use 10 years later when I start my business. It's just, I don't, you know, it's the wrong answer, I know. You're not supposed to say that stuff, but, oh well. Okay. Okay, so we get 0 volts in the screen. So it's not even backlight. I mean, just for image, this thing is giving me nothing. So this is functionally brain dead. So we're just going to call this machine Genius for now. Okay, little genius. Let's figure out why you're a genius so we could turn you into a working machine again. So it looks like we have minor corrosion by the LCD connector. That's going to be an issue. To Louis Nordson X-Ray Fund is €5. Paul, we're €5 towards the Nordson. We only need another 110,000. Thank you, Daniel Perry. I will work until I collapse, Remdog Cap. There is much to be done, and little time to do it. I have less than a month to make an additional $50,000 to $70,000. But I put quite a bit into some ad campaigns today, some time and effort into that. I'm happy with how that's turning out. Automating some more incoming inquiry stuff, so it's easier to respond to them immediately. Quicker response time, more likelihood of customer, and I go through the boards. Vladimir said, "What?" Hello, Vladimir. Is Oreo hiding behind the speaker, Paul?
Yes, he is.
Why is he always hiding behind the speaker?
That's his house. He's comfortable there.
He likes it there?
Seems that way.
Did he let you pet him today?
Yeah. No, he came out and played for a while.
Did you? Yeah. What do you play with him with?
A laser pointer. David played with him with a wire.
$2 for Anel's leg fund. Can I embezzle money from Anel's leg fund for the X-ray machine?
Yes.
Because, I mean, technically, you know, if he does get hurt again, you know, they X-rayed him at the hospital. We're going to have to be able to do that kind of stuff here.
Yes.
Yeah, so that kind of goes towards his medical bill.
Yes.
It's kind of like the same thing as if we put it towards his healing fund.
You want to see a beautiful 3D view of his pelvis and bones and...
Thomas Kraft gave 20 DKKs for the daily Pepsi report. Why, thank you. Daily Pepsi report. How is your cat? How is your kitty? No fume extractor?
This is only the shields. Sorry.
Get your fume extractor on, mofo. I have a kitty here. Kitty does not get to smell any of that. Get rid of that smell.
Smells bad.
Yes. Fuck's sake. Turn the fume extractor on when you solder. That's like day one. Okay, so let's try and figure out why it is we have no image. Now, one of the things I've said here is that first thing you have to have is a brain, then an image, then a backlight, in that order. New store looking great, and hello and out. Hello, and thank you very much, Mr. Ed. Thank you. So, where was I? So the first thing that we need is brain. Then after brain comes image. Then after image comes backlight. So we have corrosion on backlight, but I don't have image, so I don't care about that. We have corrosion on PP342 circuit, which is responsible for powering the SMC and the one-wire circuits. We get a green light in the charge, but we already get that, so I don't care about that. And then we have some superficial corrosion on something over here, which I'm sure if it was important, I'd remember what it is, but I don't remember what this is, so it's probably not important that it's corroded, because if it was important, I'd remember it. We have corrosion over here. This is going to be important. I remember this is for, I believe this is for RTC, but it's turning on, so even though that's corroded, if it was bad, it would not be turning on. Now, the next part that is interesting to me is over here. This is the part that is of most interest, actually, because this area that's corroded is very close to where image display port is, I believe. Let's just take a look at that on the schematic and see if that has anything to do with our problem, as well as the corrosion that's over here by the sleep sensor. Remember, the screen is not going to come on if it thinks that the lid is closed, and it will think that it's closed even when it's not if the sleep sensor, which is what this is over here, is corroded, because it's going to think that there's always a magnet there. The way that little thing works is that when there is a magnet up against it, like the magnet in the display assembly, it's going to switch, and the signal called SMC lid is going to go low, and when SMC lid is low, it thinks it's closed. All the best with the new store, said Luto, for €3. Thank you, Mr. Luto. I'm going to open up a schematic and a board view for an 820-3662. And it's going to open up in vertical view because of Australian software. Thank you, Paul Daniels, for that vertical board view. So if we take a look, did you open the doorbell I sent last week? Shows received on December 5th by Camille. Even sent with batteries and a special greeting. This is my mail shelf at the moment. So let's see. It may be on here. This is, except for the controller, this is all stuff that people have mailed me. It's actually overflowing at this point. You can't see the bottom of it. So I'm very sorry if I haven't gotten to it yet, but my mail shelf is like fucking... My mail shelf is very similar to my email inbox. Like, I have about over 400 unread emails, and I have many unread packages. I'm sorry. My apologies. There's a bunch of stuff here. There's a bunch of different doorbells. Is your doorbell the one that actually had my voice going, hello, welcome? Because if so, yes, we did open that. Steve took it, and he's been trolling me with it for quite a while.
Hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know who sent that one. Yeah, I haven't had time to go through my inbox because I haven't had time to even sleep, so sorry. Yeah. Yeah, the one... But yeah, this is not supposed to be the mail shelf. Paul is pissed off that I made it the mail shelf, but people have been sending me so many packages, and I don't have any place to fucking fit them in the store, so this has become the mail shelf. What was this supposed to be?
Tools and
Tools?
equipment.
Tools and... Yeah, so this used to be the tools and equipment shelf, and I appropriated it as the Lewis fan mail shelf. And, like, I just haven't had time to go through it because of... Sorry. If I was a real YouTuber, I would do the whole... I would do, like, the, you know, mailbox or mailbag streams, but I fix boards until 4 a.m., so no time for that at the moment. Okay. Yeah, so over here we've got... So let's see what this is on the schematic. So right over here we have... On a 3662 board, we have charge port. So there's corrosion over here, and that's for a display port. That's a pull-down resistor to ground. We also have corrosion over here, which is also display port. Interesting. Now, what's very interesting here is that this board... Actually, no, I'm in the wrong place. Shit. Okay, this has corrosion on it, and this probe point does. So that's display port. That's going to the screen, I believe. Or, okay, it's not from the screen. That comes from the CPU. So that's a line from the CPU that is then going to go to a filter that is then going to go to the screen. So check that out. We zoom out. You'll see that we have corrosion over here, which that's where a data line is going to come in from the CPU, and then it's going to go to a filter, and that filter is then going to go to the screen. So if we're not getting an image, this is the first area that I would focus on. Paul Daniel says that does not look like a vertically oriented board. Yes, I had to rotate it manually. Damn Paul Daniels and his software. Please help me stop my girlfriend buying more Apple devices. If you're having a problem with your girlfriend buying Apple devices and it genuinely bothers you that she buys Apple devices, I would ask why. What is her reasoning for choosing them? What is it about it that why does it bother you? What is the reasoning? Is it that you're paying for them? Is it that you have differing tastes? Because if it's something where she does work using the Apple device and the Apple device is what allows her to do her job the best, then, who cares? But if it's I'm in debt and I have no money, but I prefer to use Facebook on an Apple, then that shows bad judgment. But if it's I edit video for a living and Final Cut allows me to do it faster than everything else, allowing me to bill more and live a superior lifestyle, then who cares? Just let her use what makes sense. Now, if Apple, let's say, asked you to take down your educational videos and had a law firm reach out to you about it, and then your girlfriend decides to buy Apple devices, that's a different story. In that case, just break up with them as quickly as you can. Okay.
What should I do about it?
Solder bridge, solder bridge, solder bridge. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. No. Paul Daniels, maker of the BoardView software. So, out of sheer curiosity, does anybody here use a program called Quark Express? I believe it still has an active version being made, Paul. Yeah, Google it. Do not divert your attention to the small contribution to the funding of the news store. Thank you very much, Mike from the Netherlands. I highly appreciate that. There are some good board repair people in the Netherlands. Alright, now the next up is the sleep sensor. Now, I'm not going to even try to reflow any of this before I remove the 10 pounds of fur that looks like it's sitting there. Eventually, the little alcohol dispenser that doesn't want to dispense will give up and dispense. Those alcohol dispensers are frustrating, Paul. I got them from Allspec. They're supposed to be a real company. Okay, look at that. Beautiful. Okay. All right, get those solder balls out the way. Thank you and Kevin for fixing my MacBook Air and saving me $800 when another company wanted me to get a new MacBook, says Scott Isaacson for $5. Thank you very much. It's rare that Kevin gets thank yous here. He has a thankless job of answering the phone. At any given time, he has all of the buttons in his phone usually filled with phone calls. Like, I see him juggling phone calls and people all day. I don't know how the fuck he does it, but he does it. It's a thankless job, and I'm sure he will definitely appreciate being thanked for it. Thank you for the fast shipping of conformal coating. We'll be using it in my instrument cluster repairs. That's awesome. I hope your instrument cluster repairs go well. A little Q-tip cannot get in between things. So that is what the Fluxinator is for. There's some Amazon listing. I'll find a link to it later. I just gotta ask. I gotta look through my Amazon account to see where they were. Do you know where that hello welcome thing is, Paul? The one that has my voice on it? My girlfriend uses Apple devices for Facebook and Insta. Pays for them herself, but it only serves Kilta Tim. Please help. Okay, so she buys Apple devices only for Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's looking like a breakup. Yeah, man. What do you think of the 16-inch MacBook Pro? I think it's a MacBook. It seems to be moving full steam ahead with the soldered SSD, soldered on everything. No SD card slot on the side, no easy HDMI port. Still need a dongle for everything. Costs a crazy amount of money. I have nothing to say. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a Mac. Yeah, it's looking like a breakup. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I mean, excellent spot. Da 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 da. Just a little tip to get you some good breakfast since you're gonna work longer for the next few months. Yeah, I haven't been eating breakfast since Erica left. I've gotten spoiled. I used to just get something by the time. As soon as I got to work, I would order something. I got to get back on eating breakfast again. Today I didn't eat right after I woke up. Like an hour or two after I woke up, I got something. I really haven't had any time to prepare any stuff in my apartment. There's a specific breakfast cereal I used to really like, but I haven't had time to order it. This time thing seems to be a recurring problem. Boards must be fixed. At the end of the day, there is one thing that matters. The work. What would you do if there were no Apple devices? I don't know. I wanted to be a therapist when I was in high school. And again, what business do I have advising other people on their lives? I haven't even set up my own yet. Excuse me. Stay down, you fuck. Jesus. Gravity. Yep, that's usually how it goes, Arminius. You have to do push-ups with a cleavage cam on Twitch in order to get the same viewership I do on YouTube. I'm never going to forget the day I spent looking through the Twitch IRL section as well as the quote gaming section. I learned a lot on why certain streamers are way more successful than I am. It's a very enlightening experience. Okay, come on. Move over. Or don't. Okay, go. Hot air. Fuck that. Watching this is so satisfying and meditative. Interesting. I get why you are working long hours. Yep, Ed. That's pretty much the way I see it. And this work. Okay. Connect. Connect. No. 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 Rob Brown, get some food. Like, the thing, just order something, you know? What I do when I have a ridiculous amount of work to do and I don't want to waste time on stuff like that, just find a place that you like, that makes something good, and then just click the reorder button. Like, don't make it, ooh, what do I want today? Don't make it something you have to think about. Don't say, I need to have something different every single meal, every single day, or I'm not happy. Just hit the fucking reorder button. So, because it's, you know, what's worse than eating the same thing you did yesterday for a meal? Eating nothing. So I just click a button. And if I'm at a point where I'm working so hard that I don't even have the time to prepare my own meals or choose what I want, I'm probably making enough of an additional revenue stream that the 10 or 20 bucks I'm out over just making my own meal is trivial. Just do it. Because that's what I do. It drives me nuts watching other people order food. They go, oh, what do I want today? I'm not sure. Maybe this. No, what do you want? Okay, I want that, but do you guys want that? Well, no. Okay, so let's find a different place to order from. Just watching people order food at this store is a fucking nightmare. Because nobody knows what the fuck they want. It takes them a half hour talking amongst themselves to figure it out. It's like, hit a button. Get the food delivered. You liked what you ate yesterday, right? Eat it again. If what you ate yesterday sucks so much that you don't want to eat it again today, it wasn't good. Because when you have food that you really like that's fucking amazing, you'll eat that shit every day for 3 years. But, oh, god damn it, I moved my jumper. Just make it a click of a button, Rob. A click of a button. The turn of a friendly card. What was that tasty meal you had around 3 in the a.m.? It wasn't the best. It was just a falafel thingy. Falafel and some spicy rice. And some nice sauce. It was okay. 6.5 out of 10. Maybe 7. 6.5. Okay, what else do we have here? This cable could use some minor ultrasonicing. Is there a reason you work at 3 or 4 every day for the next month? Because I want to move to a better store and I don't have the money to. So I figure if I fix more stuff, we'll be able to offer faster turnaround times. Faster turnaround times means more people choosing to use us versus another service, which means more money, which means I will be able to afford to move into the new place properly, regardless of my inability to finance it properly up front, like other businesses do. So I have 2 choices. I can say, well, I tried, but that damn business world, it's hard and it's unfair and banks are this and other people, have more than I do and life is unfair, which technically it fucking is. Quite a few of the people who have more than me probably did less work, probably did less good for society. Or I can say, you know what, life is going to be just as unfair either way. Might as well fucking elbow my way in. And that's what I'm doing. I'm elbowing my way in. I'm going to get that. The thing is, it's not like that new store is not like it's not a Ferrari or something, It's something that I'm going to be using to increase the value of my business and what I do. And I know it's going to be worthwhile. So I'm going to put in the work. And in a few months, when I move in, I'll be quite happy. Life isn't fair. But you can try to make it a little more fair over time. Okay. If you don't sleep and eat and get sick and cannot work, the stress of not being able to work is going to cause even more issues. That's not going to happen. Okay. I just blew the top off of that coil. That's kind of cool looking. I like the way the coil looks. It looks like a little slinky. Isn't that awesome? Did you clean off the circuit boards after the repair? Yep, in the Crest Ultrasonic Cleaner. That you can buy on store.rossmangroup.com. That's store.rossmangroup.com. Come on. Get up. Go in. There we go. Alright. Now backlight area. What do we do to this clusterfuck? Alright, some flux. New space is bigger and same price that space is. My current space used to be $68 a square foot when I moved in, and now it's up to $96 a square foot. The new place is $66.66 per square foot. So the new space is $12,500 a month. This space I think is up to $5,000 or $5,100 a month around there right now. When I moved into this place, it was $3,500. So the new place is cheaper per square foot. Obviously, it's not cheaper overall because it's over 3 times the size and in a nicer area. But it is cool that it is cheaper a square foot than this was when I rented it 8 years ago. That's how I know I got a good deal. That's real square feet, though, not real estate bullshit square feet fuckery. The board is bleeding. Nope, Revenev. It was the GoFundMe campaign and the Patreon thing, and like that was awesome that people actually gave to that. I was very surprised and very happy. But that covered the security deposit pretty much at this point. So rent, construction, equipment, all that shit is gonna be what I'm gonna be working for the next month to make happen. Where's my alcohol dispenser? Is that a new drone? Is that your new drone?
No.
Hey! Hey! Wait, let's see if I can... Listen. You stop that. Sorry, David. Where's your drone? What happened to your drone?
It's at home. I have to get used to it. It's a lot harder to fly than these little guys.
I want to fly it.
No.
I want to fly a Paul
No,
drone.
you buy one.
I want to fly the Paul drone.
It's down forever. It's all the way behind the steam extractor.
Yeah! Paul, fly it.
Where is it?
Over there. Have you pet Oreo the cat today, David? Did he meow at you? He likes to meow at people. Really get rid of the junk that's in between the pins. That's my goal. Oreo the kitty is still here. He has a job. And Oreo's not the type of cat to not leave before the job is finished. These are the pins for power output for the screen and ground, so they're more difficult to solder because there's more thermal mass on the board at those points. The last 3 pins can be shorted, it doesn't matter because the last 3 pins are all the same thing. Who's... Okay. We've got this going. Let's do it. Bam. Let's see if we have power. Not fair to Oreo. Oreo wants to go home. Well, here Oreo has a lot of people that love him, whereas at home, Oreo has Blackberry who hisses at him, and Clinton who punches him, and knocks him over and kicks him in the face. Yeah. Oreo lives in a home that's hostile to little Oreos, so I'm not sure about that. I think Oreo is actually enjoying his time here at the store, in contrast to what it would be like for little Oreo to be at home. I don't... He loves Hannah and Paul, too, because they play with him all day long, and... Blackberry really hates Oreo. If he even comes near her, she will lose her shit and do that thing where she just doesn't go, she'll go, every time he's even within a foot of her. It wakes me up because sometimes Oreo sleeps next to me, and then Blackberry wants to sleep next to me, and then Oreo moves a little bit, and then she just starts raging. You think Oreo misses Blackberry? But Blackberry doesn't like him. That's his paramour. Okay, let's get a female cat from to pine after. Does the deli have a female kitty? I think Oreo's just happy that he got out of the ghetto. Oreo escaped for a better life, ran away, and he made his way to a better life. It's an 8-mile run the little guy had to do. I'm trying to grab it and have it go over to the next pin each time. I'm mainly interested in ensuring that there's no corrosion that's shorting things out in between the pins of the chip. Thank you, Tyroneus Lamar Brown, for the $2.99. There's anything that's there that could be shorting it out at this point, like any small little bits of corrosion or junk, all that the watery rubbish is going to get burned away. Clean my tip. Clean my tip. Paul, did you ever see JBC's $300 tip cleaner?
No.
I demoed it a few years back. It was sexy.
What did it do to the tip for $300?
Massaged it and got rid of all the sod. It wasn't just something like the HAKKO thing where you have to move it around. You just stick the tip in and it cleans it off completely. But it was $300.
So what, it had opposed wire brushes inside of it?
Yeah. The lab of luxury. Will furry suit will suit Anel's crutches. Will furry suit will suit Anel's crutches. No more Anel with furry suit. Somebody sent the furry suit and he streamed with that and never again. Paul, how much money to stream in a furry suit?
How much was the Nordson?
120,000 to 140,000 around there?
150,000.
150,000. Yeah. So Paul wants 10,000 for himself and then 140,000 for the X-ray machine. So if you want to see Paul stream in a furry suit, the cost for that would be $150,000.
I'll do a 24-hour furry stream for that.
How long?
I will do a 24-hour furry stream to get that.
Yeah.
Anybody out there got deep pockets?
Anybody out there with deep pockets is also gonna, if they were that excited to have you do a furry stream, they're also gonna expect a deep asshole, if you know what I'm saying.
No.
Paul, look. I like that sheet in the front. Was that your idea or Dan's?
Which one?
The logout sheet for chips.
Dan.
He had that
I think
idea?
it's between Dan and Camille.
That's a really good idea.
I always wanted to make that electronic. I
Yeah.
wanted to make some kind of system that contacts the inventory, but it requires too much research.
Yeah, that requires a lot of Paul Daniels.
Yeah, programming.
Can't trust him, Paul. That login sheet is nice. Yeah, we have a pen and paper based inventory. Aren't we professional?
Boomers.
Total boomer.
Is it on a clipboard? It needs to be on a clipboard on a hook.
I don't know if it's on a clipboard.
It needs to be on a clipboard on a hook to be official.
YouTube stole $20 from me, WTF, says Jason Barney. Huh? What did YouTube do to you? I'll fuck Susan up. Alright, that's about as much as I'm willing to do to this board. Restock your swag. I was at the shop earlier today. Yeah, we only have the mug and line. The thing with the t-shirts that I used to sell in the store is it took 3.5 years to sell those. So stocking up on that stuff was kind of a fail. And the only reason I even got rid of the t-shirts is because I gave away a bunch of them. Like at some point, if somebody said, "Oh, I'm a big fan. I'm here from Sweden," it's like here, just fucking take the shirt, just so I can have my shelf back. Yeah, I fail at selling merchandise. So I just I gave you $20 for a burrito and I took it out of my bank, but YouTube has no record of the transaction. What? Susan, explain. Susan? Susan? Jason, I wish I could help you with that, but I have no access to any of that back-end stuff. Vladimir for 40. Paul S. will get another U.S. aircraft carrier. Huh. So let's see what we get now. We get a picture on the screen, or is this thing still brain dead? Would you allow me to link to a charity stream? Yeah, what the hell. As long as you're not spamming like a one-time viewer that's spamming some sort of I want to go to Vegas thing. Go for it. Link it. Okay, so let's clean up this thing. Now this cable looks like it may have a bend in it. Yeah, this cable looks kind of fucked. We'll see if pin 1 is shorted to ground when I plug it in. Okay, so we do this. Okay. I forgot to check for the short to ground. Whoops. It's a good thing this laptop has a current sensing circuit. Alright, so it seems like it turns on once, and then turns off, and then turns on again. That's not good, because that makes me wonder if this thing has a brain. And the lack of 5 volts on the screen is telling me this thing probably still does not have a brain. I think this may... The thing is, this has corrosion very close to the PCH. I imagine there's a chance this would need a PCH reflow. But that requires Zalmo. I've actually done several of those and they do work, but yeah. Again, you don't reheat the PCH for no reason. You reheat it when it has stuff that looks like this coming out of the side of it. Yeah, this would require... You know what? I'm not going to go for full reflow of the PCH, but I am going to do some flux inside by it. Maybe a low temperature job. So the resistors that look nasty over here, like the third one, that's some RTC resistors for turning on. That stuff would actually keep it from turning on, but it wouldn't keep it from having a brain. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove that shit on the side, give it a very, very minor little fluxiness, and then I'm with the quick, and then I am going to ultrasonic this, and we'll see if it works. Hopefully it does. But yeah, this is usually a job for Zalmao. Toss this MacBook in the trash. No, this is where it would be nice to have Zalmao or space for it. Because if I had space for the Zalmao, I may be able to call this a fix. But now I'm not able to call this a fix. Thanks, Lewis. Your channel is inspiring. Thank you, Marcelo Mafra, for the RS2. Okay, obviously before you perform any sort of reflow, you want to do this. You want to get rid of this junk on the side of the chip. Okay. You don't want to get any sort of junk on the balls. This cannot combine with the balls. That would be very, very bad. Okay. So there we go. Remove this rubbish thing here. This really should be zoom mode, but meh. Meh. What are you gonna do? Let's go for it. Let's be madmen. Let's go crazy. Is the ultrasonic on and hot, David? Can you turn the oven on as well? Just get that thing ready, heat it up. Protect the NAND. The SSD is modular on this board, so no NAND. Also, the RAM is not underfilled, so I don't have to give a shit. Heat the RAM and reflow as you please. Yeah, this brain deadness is going to be stemming from that corrosion that's under the PCH. Okay, we bring it closer. Give it about 30 seconds closer. And zoom in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. It's going to take about 20, 30 seconds for every ball to dry. I can't believe I still remember the timing from my profiles from the Zalmo. I'm trying to simulate the temperature ramps with the distance. So that's why I'm changing the distance. Because in the Zalmo, the distance doesn't change of the nozzle to the chip, but the temperature changes. And here I can't be doing changing of temperature, so I'm changing the distance in order to change the temperature I got at the chip. And obviously I'm approximating a little bit based on feel.
Need to run the profile.
Profile, not ready. Okay. Now, we have, this is my rapid cool technology. Now, while the flux is still wet, well, it's not wet, well, still really hot, once I know that the chip has the solder balls all, nicely dried up, that's a great time to put it in the ultrasonic, because the flux is going to be most likely to leave the board while it's really hot. And the ultrasonic, it also just happens to be hot as well. So this is a good time to put it in there nice and hot. Pretty hot PCH, bro. I did. I went for it. It's corroded everywhere under it. It had no brain. Yes. Listen to that ultrasonic cleaner. It's beautiful. I love the sound of an ultrasonic cleaner. That's Oreo? That's adorable. That's the cutest picture. That should be on the website as the new logo.
Oreo logo?
He looks so dumbfounded. He's so confused.
That's kind of confused.
He's looking up. Where is Oreo?
In his corner, sleeping. He's like completely out.
Yeah, he does like to sleep. That is one of his favorite things to do. Along with not work. Okay. That was some nice ultrasonicing. Re-hot PCH, bro. That wasn't even that hard.
Not fair.
All I did is blow on it. Uh-oh. Paul's lost. He can't find himself. What? No way in hell. How'd you make it through there?
What?
Your battery died as you were doing that? That was nuts.
Battery right off the charger, too. I think some of these batteries are going bad.
They're a few weeks old.
They have a lot of flight time on them, though.
Is that a single cell battery?
I think so.
Like a single celled organism. Is there a BMS in that battery?
Yes, there is.
This alcohol is filthy.
Wish we could have a filter on.
Yeah, I realized that it was most likely not no image but no brain when I see it turned on, stayed on for 10 seconds, turned off, and then turned on again. That's not normal behavior for this model. So that's when I realized that most likely our issue had something to do with no brain. And we're going to have the oven go on. Yoink. Oven's going to dry it. One. Damn it, that thing's gotten stronger.
Hey.
Thank you very much, Jason. I'm sorry it didn't go through. Let's wait. Fuck! How did it recover from that?
throwing shit out.
Board drying. There's particles in my water.
Probably from my drone.
You love assaulting my camera. Can you assault? You can't assault my other camera though.
I just did it to that one.
To this one or to that one?
That one.
Hmm?
Rewind. Put it on something. It went right in the lens and I got it right in there.
No way.
Yep.
Rat bastard. My flux rag does not smell very good. Okay. I'm going to take the board out of the fan and put the board into the oven. Get this cable off first.
It almost made it.
What are you trying to do? Bill saw.
I can't recover from that one.
Bill's.
Go on speak.
Have you mastered the other one having a turnover? Bill saw.
Oh no, I gotta reprogram it for that.
Why?
Turtle mode isn't enacted by default. I have to program it by in beta FTV.
You have to reprogram it to be able to have a feature that's advertised?
They give you propeller blades that don't support turtle mode, so you have to get turtle mode blades and
Oh.
you have to reprogram it in beta FTV.
Oh, that's lame. That's a lot of work. Your battery's dead, Paul. Why do the batteries in these things suck so much? It barely lasted. All right. So now we are going to move on to the next MacBook while we wait for that to dry, because waiting for a MacBook to dry is not exactly the most interesting thing to stream. So we put all the little screws and fasteners and cables and whatnot with the MacBook in a nice little bag. Did you get Oreo an ESD safe collar yet? He needs an ESD safe collar.
What if I braid them one out of Ethernet wire?
We have to ESD safe Oreo. Louis, do you fix iPhones? Yes and no. Depends what your problem is and which phone you have. Oreo needs an ESD strap. But is he sleeping or is he just... He's a good boy. Good little Oreo. I guess let him sleep. Has he caught any mouse yet?
I don't think
Mice
so.
yet? Have you noticed any mice?
No, I have not.
So
I
there's-
haven't noticed any evidence of any mice here anymore. They're going to smell him and
Is he killing them or repelling them?
I think just repelling them.
How do they know that he's here?
Scent.
The battery lasted for a shorter time than a MacBook fuse. Yep. Alright. So we have to move on to the next MacBook. Let's find the next MacBook.
You want to fail at something? Take the one that's in my queue.
What's wrong with yours?
It was supposed to be 8900, but it's no image.
Do you have GPU vCore at least?
I didn't check for that one. I don't have screen power.
Yeah, but do you have GPU vCore? Because that's what U8900 creates.
I didn't check.
Okay. Next.
This one's waiting for CPU MOSFETs. I ordered more.
Does that actually work?
I think so.
The CPU.
We've had it work and not work.
Okay, cool it off. And yeah, I guess we're going to move on to the next MacBook. Be right back. BBL, 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 BBL. BBL. Alright, this board has been dried and now cooled off. So now we're going to see if this gives us an image, and if it does the same turn on, off, on, rubbish again. Hopefully it doesn't. So first, I just got to find myself a test screen for an A1398 2013-14. I'll plug in a fan so that we can just see what the fan's behavior is. Now remember, before this thing was turning on, off, on, off, on, off, on. No, not on, off. That's what a 3437 does when it works. It was just turning on, 10 seconds, off, then on and staying on, but not having a brain. Now we're going to see if there's any difference in the behavior. Thank you, Paul. So if this is the MacBook.
See you tomorrow.
See you later. Turtle?
What's your phone doing?
Oh.
Just wasting battery?
The screen isn't turning off. Lame. Thank you. Alright, now we can't have that near the sleep sensor or else it's not going to turn on. I forgot about that. So we have to have it on the desk like this. Stupidly. Stupidly, I know. Yeah, but the sleep sensor is over there, so if I want to test it outside the case, that's going to be necessary. So let's just zoom out a little bit, get the behavior of the fan. Curious to see what the fan is doing, if anything. So it does look like it takes 1.4 amps. It turns on. The fan is spinning. The screen has 5 volts on it, which means we should be getting an image. So that is, and it's not turning off immediately. The LCD backlight is not present though. So we have an image at least, but this is progress. Yeah, we are getting 5 volts on the image circuit. This thing actually knows to throttle itself down, which is nice. The CPU is nice and cool, even though I don't have the heatsink on it. Let's see, is this producing... And as you can see here, it's got the name of a customer. You can't see that probably, but I can. The cable's too short here for me to show it to you. So now the next thing we have to troubleshoot on this machine is no backlight. And I didn't have that recording. Son of a bitch. Will you redo that? I forgot to start recording when I started it up again. Alright, so this thing is out of the ultrasonic cleaner. It has been nicely dried off. We put it in the fan, then the oven, then the fan again to cool it off. So I've got it plugged in on the desk here. This has to be on the side of the test screen because it's not going to... You know, I don't want the magnet anywhere near the Hall sensor over here on the screen. So if I take... Let's see. So it looks like it's turning on and not doing the on-off-on thing, which is good. It also looks like it's giving me 5 volts on screen power, which is good. However, we have nothing on backlight. So to see if we have backlight, we will do this. So as you can see, there's an Apple logo there. So we are getting an image. This is no longer brain dead. The PCH Reflow and Ultrasonic actually fixed it being brain dead. So now we have to figure out why it is we have no backlight. And this is in the realm of an easy board repair. Because no backlight, that I can solve. You know, the rest, maybe, you know, the brain dead is actually the heavy lifting of this board repair. The no backlight is going to be an easy breezy. So let's see if we're shorted to ground. It looks like we're shorted to ground. Now we have to figure out where that short to ground is. So I'm going to unplug this screen. Okay, now we have 7 million ohms. So there is actually a chance that the short is in the connector or in Paul's screen, which is interesting. And since the connector, the original LCD cable I think I showed you earlier, looked really bad, there's a good chance that the short is actually inside this LCD connector. So I'm just going to toss this LCD connector off the board. put a new one on, and we'll be able to call this machine fixed. So that now I want you to understand the reason that I went for the PCH Reflow was several reasons. So again, when you're working on this, you need to be able to ascertain no image from no brain. It's one of the things that should be in my document below. There should be this document that you can find in the video descriptions of all of my board repair videos. It's a free guide to board repair. It's about 150 or 200 pages. Nothing too crazy. It's, mostly very large text, lots of pictures. But the difference between no image and no brain is important. Because I started troubleshooting no image at the beginning of the board repair, looking at the display port lines, potential corrosion there, without realizing that the fan was turning on, and then moments later turning itself off, and then turning on again. That's not behavior that I expect from this machine when it works. That's behavior I would expect from a machine that has no brain. And so I was doing the wrong thing. I was looking for the wrong thing. And then when you look around the PCH Platform Controller Hub, that is going to be like the South Bridge, the North Bridge, and also the thing that speaks to the integrated graphics in the CPU and the screen all in one. So think of South Bridge, North Bridge all integrated into one chip. That is what the PCH does. And if that has corrosion under it, that's not going to work properly. Now, the corrosion that was outside the chip was on the RTC reset lines. That I knew was not going to be very important, because if those RTC reset lines are held low, the machine's simply not going to turn on. And it was turning on. It was just turning on with no brain. If that was held low, I'd expect PM Sleep S4L to be missing. But if there's corrosion right outside the chip, that means there's going to be a lot of corrosion under it as well. And that's going to wind up causing my no-brain situation. So if you have corrosion on your brain's probably not going to work properly. The same way that if there's corrosion on your platform controller hub, then your machine's going to act as if it has no brain. So I'm going to replace this LCD connector. That's likely going to remove my short to ground, and then we'll be good. And this is going to be an interesting video to post, since many people said, how does the pin in that connector get broken? Mac. Apple. Apple. Mac. Apple. So let's get ourselves a new connector. And remember, if you need these types of little specialized connectors, store.rossmangroup.com is the place to go. Huh? Oh, whoops. Sorry. They're singing outside. Yeah, they're better than I am.
Yeah, that's a spirit.
Getting drunk's a waste of time, David. Okay, so we've got that connector from store.rossmangroup.com. By the way, if you're unaware of where you could go to get this type of specialized stuff, my store doesn't sell everything, but I do either sell or link to the things that I think are essential if you're doing what I do. This video is brought to you by our sponsors at store.rossmangroup.com. Thank you for supporting our sponsors that help keep us in business. On store.rossmangroup.com, you can find chips, supplies, ultrasonics, flux, soldering stations, and more. With 4.9 stars on Shopper Approved, same-day shipping from New York City, and free continental shipping over $30, you can't lose. We even offer free support, unless you're a Please Bro, live chat, and are adding new products every day. If you buy today, we'll throw in a special offer that your order will actually go through properly. What are you waiting for? Go to store.rossmangroup.com to get yourself some authentic Amtech flux. Don't delay. Buy today. New store's not going to pay for itself, man. Gotta chill, gotta chill. Alright, so do this. Last Christmas. Wait a second. Thanks for the beginner's guide. By the way, awesome ad voice. Why, thank you. Ah. Come on. Come on. Get in there. There we go. Drag soldering. Yeah, I could use one. Thank you. How does this thing tire? Oh, now I get it. Maybe? Huh? Aha. Pretty. Thank you. Okay. business practices are most inspiring. Thank you, but I think that if you watch, you should be able to run a better business than what I do. Wait, no, short check first. Let's do short check first. Backlight short to ground. Nope, backlight short gone. Alright. 1.3 amps taken. Fan spinning. The CPU actually throttles itself down. That's very nice of it. See, if this was a Core 2 Duo when I did this, this thing would be dead in like 3 seconds. You have to know which CPUs you can get away with doing this to. Cat or mouse? Oreo or repairs? You decide. Right. Nice cool alcohol on the CPU. Oh, son of a... Where's my Apple logo? Why you troll me? Why you troll me so? Screen power. 5 volts is present. Backlight is not present. Okay. W to fucking F. Piece of fucking shit. Perhaps backlight driver needs replacing. Backlight driver. Yeah, that backlight driver can suck it. Okay, we replaced that. This board is a serious pain in the ass. This board is making me work for my money. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Those 2 areas were corroded, so let's not trust them. Okay, What can you say about magic? What can you say about... No, it's superfluous. How does he charge by the hour? I don't charge by the hour. Hourly rate for this is bullshit. How the fuck is a customer supposed to gauge or have any idea of what the repairs are going to cost? Like, if I did hourly. It doesn't make any sense. I do buy the job rate. Hourly rate really doesn't seem to make any sense for what it is we do. Okay, so this is going to go here. Yes. Nice and clean. Badger, badger, mushroom, mushroom, snake. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. A badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom, badger, 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 snake, snake, oh, it's a snake. A badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. A badger, 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 mushroom. Snake, oh, it's a snake. Badger, 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 badger. God damn it. You got that stuck in my head now. Fuck. That's the worst thing to have stuck in your head. That E-Bombs World shit from 16 years ago. Stop it. It leaned against my stream deck. Okay. Fucking seriously? No backlight is not supposed to be this hard. WTF. Alright, is the transistor opening? Let's see. Fuse. 12 volts here. Oh no, that's not possible. That's not possible. A MacBook backlight fuse blow. No way. That never happens. No. This model has current sensing. You know why this happened? I'll tell you exactly why this happened. In the last video that I uploaded, I praised Apple for the fact that there was a current sensing circuit that prevented the fuse from blowing on this model machine. And right after I do that, this is what happens. Apple, I tried to praise you for something. That's bullshit. I was praising you for the fact that these machines are more Like they're more durable, more reliable. That if you fix whatever caused the short circuit, that it's not going to blow the fuse. You can just plug it back in, it'll work, and that it doesn't do as much damage as it used to because of the current sensing circuit. Man, I complimented Apple. You heard me a day or two ago complimenting Apple about this. This is what happens. You can't compliment Apple. I have a bad backlight fuse on an A1398.
Bad fuse.
I know. I'm as stunned as you are. This sheet is a really nice idea for inventory. I like this sheet. Right what you take out. I should have checked that. That was stupid of me to not check. But then again, those backlight chips were really corroded, so it makes sense that it's best off that I replaced it. But I just wasn't expecting it to be that easy, a backlight issue. And I really did not expect this model to have a bad backlight fuse, given that it is a model with current sensing. Hey, rapid cool. Maybe it was bad from the start. The backlight fuse would not have caused the no image issue. The 0 volts at LCD and also the fan turning on and then turning off and then turning on again, that's not backlight fuse. No, that backlight fuse would just cause no backlight. Alright, as you can see, there is a light in the corner here on this cracked LCD that Paul gave me as a tester. So, yeah, this is and there's an Apple logo. So this boots, and it obviously has a brain. So let's just go over what was going on with this machine. It seems like it showed up because it wasn't turning on. In reality, it was turning on, it just was turning on with no brain. Now, the PCH, Platform Controller Hub, which acts as a North Bridge and a South Bridge all in one chip, was corroded underneath it. So we reflowed that. There were also issues around the DisplayPort area, but that wasn't my main issue. That actually distracted me from what mattered, because I thought that there was no image because I saw minor corrosion on DisplayPort. DisplayPort is going to be the protocol that the CPU uses to communicate with, the PCH uses to communicate with the screen. It was actually no brain, because when we turned it on, we saw the fan spin, and then it stopped, and then it spun again. That doesn't usually happen with this machine. That indicates a brain issue. So I wasted time on that when I should have been focusing on the corrosion and issue over here. The Xiaomao is not up at the moment. The Xiaomao is actually sitting in the ground with a bunch of crap piled on top of it because I have no space for it here. So I kind of simulated what it would be like to use the Xiaomao. Again, you preheat the board. The board has to be preheated for this. After preheating it, you heat the chip for a while, and then for 10 or 20 seconds you go in for the kill. I don't have a station where I can change temperatures, so what I was doing is I was changing the temperature by using distance. So even if I set the station to 500 Celsius, if it's over here, the chip is going to be maybe 4 something or 3 something under it. But if it's over here, the chip is going to be 1 or 200 or something under it. So you can kind of set the temperature with distance, and you can get a feel for it when you're doing BGA rework over time. And I've replaced so many chips on that Xiaomao by now, and also done so many reflows on these particular boards or replacements that I have an idea of the thermal profile that would be required, even if I am doing it by hand. So that reflowed. and then it was ultrasonic, nice and clean, and you'll be able to see what that PCH surrounding area looks like over here. I got rid of that little piece of tape rubbish on the top of it, but the junk that was all surrounding the PCH is now gone. You can see that there's that nasty looking adhesive on the top of the PCH, but otherwise all that blue stuff coming out from under it is now gone. So this now works. This is a nice working board, just needs a little bit more cleanup before I give it back to the customer, and this is about it. So that's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. Cut! Alright, time for a break, and then we move on to the next machine. Dun, 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 dun. I use Branson EC and distilled water. What's your company culture like? I don't know. I don't know how to describe that without somebody having worked here. I'm also going to be biased in describing it because I'm the owner, so what I think it is probably different than what it actually is. We get someone else's opinion on it. There's only one person here right now, and he doesn't like being on camera. Also, he'd just say nothing but terrible things about me anyway, and it would make me want to cry, so I'm not going to put him on camera. Semi, Hamza, semi. Verge with PCH Reflow. Let's see what happens when it dries. Let me see if this old battery is reusable, actually. I should do that. Make the estimate easier for the person doing the estimate. How are you healing, Anil?
Can't run yet.
Will you be able to run at some point?
Possibly.
I'm going to mute for this question. Terrible company culture is what I'll say for it. Alright. Does it charge the battery? Alright, so it's taking... Man, you can't read lips. F out of here. Don't you? Recently became a part of the repair community. I wanted to try some board level repairs, but I don't know what schematic software I need to use. Any advice? The software that comes with the schematic that you got, honestly. So the schematic is really just going to usually is a PDF. So just use your PDF viewer of choice. I personally prefer Sumatra, but I got stuck using Paul Daniels' software because it integrates with his board view. The real difficult thing is the board view. So the part that really fucked me up a lot in the beginning, and people are going to laugh at this, but it's true, is I didn't realize that there were board views. I thought that in order for you... 12.5, yeah, so bad battery. I used to think that in order for... How do I put this? I used to think that people just magically knew which component on the board matched the board view. I mean, on the schematic matched what was on the board. I used to just think people knew that U1800 is this thing because they went to college and there was some sort of magic secret handshake they teach you in engineering school, because all the schematics that I were buying came without the board view. But then I realized I was getting fucked over and that they were not selling the board view because they were cunty schematics dealers. So you're most likely... I like Paul's Flex board view software. He has also Open Board View, which is the free version of his software that doesn't come with all the bugs that the paid version comes with. I would highly suggest you check that out at pldaniels.com. And there's also whatever software came with the board view if they use different types of files. I had no idea about Open Board View until this channel. Yep. Hear that, Paul Daniels? Hope those commission checks start coming in soon. Nope, Chris White. Just gotta put the work in. As an actual lip reader, entirely the wrong angle to get anything readable. On top of that, Lewis's lip patterns are among the most difficult type to read. Yep. I purposely do that. I like my privacy. All right. Quick break. Oh, son of a bitch. These fuckers can't rap a rap for shit. God damn. Learn how to rap a damn burrito, mofo. I used to think, then I relaxed and found your channel. Thank you. Glad you relaxed. I'm glad I just cleaned my mat off.
Where's that from, Louis?
This place by my apartment called Brain Food. It's pretty good. They make a lot of good stuff. Mm. Have you tried the new version of Landrex TestLink? No, but I'd love to compare it to Paul Daniels' version. Bon appetit. Thank you very much for the 2 euros. There's a new version of Landrex. Yeah, let's do it. We should do a product review. I mean, a software review. Landrex versus Flex Board View. I would love to see what the new version of Landrex can do. If somebody came along and watched every one of my streams and saw how I suffered through using Paul Daniels' software and decided to code an update to 25-year-old software just to relieve the pain, I'd watch it. I'd try it out. Paul's a good guy. He noticed that I was suffering with Landrex and coded this out of the good kindness of his heart. Does somebody in the chat really think that Paul Daniels' software comes with board views? Man, I feel genuinely bad for Paul. I would never want to be on the other end of a PayPal claim from somebody saying, "You said that your software works and I don't have any board views." PayPal. Huh? Oh no, I didn't throw it away. I'm using it on top of it because it has sauce on it. I appreciate the thing about signs yet. It's just I haven't had any time to even come up with designs or any idea for what I want on there. So I'm not accepting any sign or banner proposals for the new place yet. Also, there tends to be a problem where if I'm emailed design and I don't respond quickly enough, people get aggravated. So for the time being, my policy on that is no. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you very much, though. I just don't have any time to think about it. So okay, I need to get some gloves and move on to the next repair. Let's get some more comfortably sized. Guess I'll take medium. That's what's here. How long are you going to be streaming? I'm going to stream until I hit the new store fund goal. I'm keen to see next video's Pepsi levels. Me too. I'm really surprised that they're not consuming their Pepsi. That's how you know your contractor's fucking around all day. Are you going to have a grand opening even for the new store? No, I was supposed to do a 1 million party and I fucked that up too. I never had time for that. What happened with the batteries that custom seized on you? They probably still have them. Where do unethical people get the board layout files from? Google.com. are people who do claim that even though he has a big notice in the order page, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's a PayPal claim. The customer always wins. Doesn't matter. The customer always wins. That's where I feel bad, because Paul Daniels has to sit there and try to explain to somebody who's so fucking stupid that they can't read the thing that says, no, the illegal intellectual property of other companies is not being sold with my software that has my name and bank account attached to it. You dumb fuck. He has to. I wonder if he has a canned response written up for dealing with fuckwits like that by now. But it's got to be infuriating. Not even to be on the other end of it, not even to lose money from it, but simply knowing that there's people in the world that are that dumb, that's got to be aggravating. It's got to be fucking aggravating. And it's not even that he's losing money from it. It's just knowing in your heart of hearts and in your mind and your brain that somewhere out there, somebody else in this world is that dumb. That's gotta hurt. You gotta go Dunning-Kruger hard in order to actually file a claim for something like that. Oreo, did you wake him up? You woke him up? You asshole. Oreo does not like to be woken up. He sleeps all day. As soon as the server log files get dropped to PayPal, the claim is won over. Oh, wow. Hi, little Oreo. How you doing, buddy? Oreo. Oreo, you miss me? Come here, little guy. And this camera angle sucks. Come here, little guy. Come here, Oreo. Oreo, come here. Come here, Oreo. Oh, what's a good little Oreo. Come here, Oreo. I'm sorry David woke you. We're going to demote him and dock his pay later for that bullshit. Come here, little Oreo. Co-worker's thinking of quitting, but she loves the work. Her bubbly personality has been stamped out by cold and feeling superiors. The director told her to cut off friendships with subordinates. Companies the same size as yours. I'm also a shareholder. Any advice? That's going to go off the screen before I can read it. Fuck. Work for a company that sucks less? Is she productive enough that she can say, if I quit, it's going to hit you guys really hard? Can somebody copy and paste that so I can read the question again and reprocess it? Because I was paying attention to my kitty when that showed up. My advice would be to find a company to work for that sucks less, or is this the type of business where you can just create your own company that does something like what they do? Like, do you need to work for that? Are you producing microprocessors and stuff, or are you doing something that, a few of you on your own with a little tiny bit of financing could do yourself? I think that when companies start treating people like shit, the best thing that could happen to them is that, come here, Oreo, don't hit me in the dick. Ow. Ow. Oh, not nice, Oreo. Is that everybody who was productive at that company can leave and let it sort itself out that way. Look at the little Oreo. Look at the little Oreo. Look at the little Oreo. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. Look at you. My ESD safe kitty. My ESD safe cat. What you doing, Oreo? You hungry? Alright, let me touch the computer power supply. Get rid of any ESD that just in case Paul took his ESD. Wow, yeah, looks like Paul took his ESD collar when he left, so he's not ESD safe at this point in time. He's such a kitty. Good boy. What a cute kitty. I love the little cat. Alright. Wasted way too much time on one fucking board. We gotta move on to the next one. Meow. Do you have a cat at home?
No.
You have kids.
Yeah.
They're more complicated. You can't. Yeah, you can't leave a kid by itself. Then again, the kid can't wipe its own ass, and neither can Oreo, so they have that in common. A director told another to cut off friendships with subordinates. Company's the same size as yours. I'm also a shareholder. Why does she have to cut off friendships with subordinates? Is there an issue where she's unable to discipline them? Is she not disciplining them because she thinks that they don't need it? Are the subordinates underperforming and the higher-ups think that the issue is that she's relating to them? There's a lot of questions that need to be asked there. Coworker's thinking of quitting, but she loves the work. I don't know. I would probably... Like, why do they care? Get to the root of the issue. So rather than... Why is it that they care that she is speaking to subordinates? Is it because because if the subordinates are underperforming and doing the bad job, and they're saying, listen, you have to stop being friendly with them because that's the reason that you're unable to manage them properly, maybe they're going about it the wrong way. Rather than tackling it head on, they're just saying, oh, she's the subordinate. A director told another to cut off friendships with subordinates. She's the subordinate. Okay, I'm confused here. So, why do they care? I would just ask, like, honestly, why is this a problem? Just be honest. Why is this an issue? Is it that we, is it that we are underperforming? Is it that you think that they wouldn't be able to discipline us? Is it you're afraid of future discipline? Are we doing a bad job now? Are you afraid that I'm going to fuck my director? Like, just be honest with me. I'm not going to blame you for whatever you say for the next 30 seconds, but you have a truth zone. You have a safe truth zone. What is it? And see if you can get them to tell you what it is. Because what I find in these situations is being as honest as you can. Sometimes people will think you're joking, but you can kind of get away with this thing where it sounds like you're joking, but you're not actually joking, and you're just being very direct with it. So if somebody shows up with that and he goes, we don't work on those, and I go, why? And it's like, come on, because you're not going to want to pay me for that, and you're going to be angry if you do pay me for that. You know you will be. And like, but it's like, yes, you will be. You don't want to pay me. It's just going to break you. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a better example here, but it's when you are. Let's see. Somebody says. Like if somebody says, this is $200. Why? It's like it's really hard to know the 10 commands that DD Rescue has that are important. You're getting across a few things. You're making them laugh over the fact that it's only a few commands, but you're also getting them to understand that they have no idea how the fuck to do what you do. So stop complaining and just let me do what I do. And they'll laugh and go ha, rather than going, well, we're certified and we have experience and we have insurance. It's just going to piss people off. You have to figure out a way to just cut through as honestly as you can in a manner that's going to make the other person laugh a little bit, and see if you can get the real reason that they care. All right, I got to get on to fixing something. Action. Hey everybody, how's it going? So today we're going to be going over an A1708 MacBook that doesn't look like it's powering on. Let's open this thing up and see if we can figure out what's wrong with it. Okay, so let's open this beautiful little MacBook up. You're one of the founders of the company and you dread coming to work. Okay, so this is... I'm talking to two different people now, because there's Statalist, Seditionalist, and Chris Rat. Now I'm a little too confused to follow that storyline anymore. Okay. Alright, so first thing we like to do with these machines is unplug the battery, plug in the charger, see how many amps it's taking so we have an idea of what the board is doing. What's the board thinking? What's it feeling? Alright, so this takes 20 volts and 620 milliamps, but then it restarted. I think that this is that USB-C amp meter that was acting up yesterday. Let's try this again. 19 volts, 600 milliamps. Do you boot? Yeah. Are you brain dead? You dead CPU? I don't want another no image A1708. I had that yesterday. I don't like it. I don't like it. Interesting. Backlight voltage. Huh. Backlight is 45 volts. So the light is there. Just trying to do something. Alright, I'm going to turn it off, unplug the SSD, because if the operating system is very corrupted, it can actually keep it from showing a question mark folder or booting, and you just get nothing. Oh, for fuck's sake. Backlight is 44 volts. Let's see if it gives us a question mark folder in a minute. Give me a question mark folder. Give me a question mark folder. Give me a question mark. Question mark. I don't know if I'd have anything to say, Volvagia. He hasn't worked for the company for a long time. He has experience doing something I have no experience doing. I don't know if we'd really have much to talk about. I honestly don't think he'd really want to talk to me to begin with, because I don't think I'd have anything to offer him that would make it a worthwhile conversation for him. So yeah, this just sits there and doesn't boot in anything. Now, the next thing I'm kind of curious of, I wonder if this is an issue with this screen. Could be. Let's get the board out of the casing and... Did you talk to Oreo? He's following you. Did you know? He meowed at you. You have to pet him. Pet the Oreo.
Do you lock the storefront?
Yeah. I locked the front door so Oreo can't escape and so mice don't come in. Look at him, isn't he cute?
I mean, like when you're alone here.
Oh yeah. So I don't get robbed and killed.
Can I get the keys to it?
Oh, yeah. Wait a sec. Are you gonna come right back or?
No, I'm staying here for like a bit. I'm gonna work here.
Oh, yeah. My keys are in my... Where are my keys? Where's my... Oh, they're in my jacket pocket. Where's my jacket pocket? Oreo? I hope Anella's being nice to little Oreo. Oreo has found a new friend. I think you found a new friend. He's staring at you.
I made him meow on command once. I said, Oreo, meow.
Now he goes, Oreo? He's so cute. He can't jump on things, did you notice?
Yeah.
He doesn't jump on tables or anything. He's not in good enough shape to be able to jump on stuff. Does make me wonder how the hell he's going to kill a mouse. Have you heard any mice rustling? What's that?
PMIC stencil.
How the hell did you just find a PMIC
There's
stencil?
only 2 in the store.
There's one on the floor. You just found gold right next to Oreo.
I spent 20 minutes looking around your desk, and that's the last place I looked.
At least RAM doesn't go bad that often, but SSDs have a limited number of writes. I had the pleasure of looking through some of the reverse engineering notes of the Apple II drive, and Woz was out of his fucking mind. Huh. No idea how he figured that out 40 years ago. Yep. I would have no idea, again, I would have no idea what I could talk to him about. Oreo is eating his food. Oreo the cat. Oreo's minimum age is 8 because he had his RFID chip put in in 2011. So his minimum age is 8, but it could be 8 and up. I reflowed a PCH and it worked. You fixed an A1237. Today is an interesting day.
How does it reflow? A big nozzle or
No
no nozzle?
nozzle. Once I could tap the resistor and I saw the resistor move, I went in close for 5 seconds and that was it.
Oh. Look what you've done.
Uh-oh. That was what that smell was before. I hope so. He's usually sad on Sunday because he's alone.
So I'll try to come on Sunday.
Oreo can handle being alone, but Paul can't. Oreo is actually better behaved when alone than Paul. When he gets a call that's confusing or a customer that's asking a question for something that's not in the notes, Oreo just looks at them and goes, "Meow." And then they go away. And then he says, "May I have some food, please, sir?" Oreo? It's sad that it came to this to get rid of the mouse problem. But there's way more mice in the other store than this one, by far. There's a lot of mice there.
It's winter time, they're looking for something warm.
Yeah, and it is warm in there because the heat's always on. Okay, let's see what this board looks like on the other side. This board is perfectly clean without a single spot of corrosion anywhere. Zero corrosion. So this is most likely going to wind up going to Chris for BIOS reprogramming. And that's all I can really imagine going on here, because this thing's clean as can be. I'll give one try to this other display assembly, just in case it's some sort of funky screen issue. But I doubt that's the case.
I spent 2 hours refurbishing one full 86.
What was wrong with it?
Had no backlight, and then it had no trackpad.
Is it ready for sale?
No, it has no keyboard.
No.
It's missing 1 row of keys. I could just give it to Steve.
Are these at least in statuses so that somebody knows to refurbish them or buy SSDs for them and all that?
No, I'm keeping them here,
Oh.
away from Steve.
Oh, okay.
If Steve finds out, he's gonna steal it.
Yeah, that's what he... But we need to eventually turn them into money.
Yeah, when they're ready.
Oreo cat! Oreo, would you like attention? Oreo. I know, why is NL ignoring you? Why is NL ignoring you? You're so cute. Okay, touch something grounded. Okay. Five volts for screen. 53 volts for backlight. What? Is this really a dead... Is Paul's screen assembly not working? Are you flex gated?
Is it missing the backlight connector?
Even if the backlight connector wasn't there, there's no question mark on this, so this thing's brain dead.
Are you trying the guy's screen?
Yeah, his screen didn't work. And the backlight is plugged in on this. Strange. Okay, let's take a look over this board. This is very, very clean. This is most likely going to be either BIOS reprogramming, dead CPU, or some random bond wire inside a chip. That's not going to be economically feasible to fix for a one-time thing. What was... That was a very defiant meow. Did you hear that? That's Oreo saying, "Man, fuck you. Pay attention to me." Oreo, I gotta work, boy. If only you were worth more money, Oreo, I could sell you, and then I would have time to spend with you.
Maybe if you signed them.
Wish I had your drive man chase that money. Thank you, Chris Martin, for the $2. Alright, so this board is what we call the rabbit hole to hell, a good old waste of time. So I'll have Chris give this one look over, and if it's not some BIOS thing or something basic that I've missed, goodbye. What can you say about magic? It's not so. Turns on, no image, but backlight, so it is lighting the screen. Yeah, it has FiOS. Gigabit FiOS, by the way. Before have fun, Chris. Donald Hanson says, I found the best way to cure random problems is to drop the thing on the floor. It usually becomes permanent. Yep. What do you think of that little Oreo? 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 Good Oreo. I have to check your butt later and wipe it if it's dirty. Is that what I think it is? That's a Core 2 Duo, isn't it? Alright. That one was a waste of time. Gonna do a few more. Let's grab another one. Oh, that's easy enough. Hard. No, 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 no. Oreo. Oreo is sitting patiently behind Senpai and L, watching him as he works, waiting for further commands and instruction. Nonsense, Jaden. Your presence is good enough as is. Some all-key piece of crap. AUKEY. I didn't buy it. It just was in one of the shelves here, so I took it and cleaned it and started using it. And action. And hack. Take 3. And action. Hey everybody, how's it going? So here we have an A1708 model MacBook Pro. It looks like the owner tried to clean it with some alcohol himself to get it to turn on. It still is not turning on. Let's open this thing up and see if we can figure out what is wrong with it. Let's just get the nice magnet over here so that we can take all the screws out the bottom of the case, see what they did, see where the corrosion went, hopefully not by the CPU MOSFETs, and get it working. Teresa, I did have breakfast around, I think like 2 or 3 o'clock or so. No time for food, we must work. Yes, to DFX. FiOS. Little Astorio. Is Anel ignoring you? Is Anel ignoring you? Why won't Senpai notice you, Oreo?
Maybe if you wipe his ass.
I think you should have to wipe his ass. Okay, so what we typically like to do with all of these machines yeah, that's what I said. That was half of my breakfast, Stuart. What I do is I save my breakfast and I cut it up into pieces so that I don't get fat. That was half of my wrap. The other half of my wrap I ate earlier today. So what I've been doing with my meals, and I've been failing at it, but every now and then I try to only eat half of whatever I get and eat the rest a few hours later. But there's no time to worry about another meal. We got fixing to do. So what we do here is we're going to plug this in, see how many amps it takes, because that's going to give us an idea of our problem. 19 volts, 600 milliamps, which means this is actually already turning on. And they put a piece of paper there. Oh wow, this came with an illustration. This came with an illustration. Hi. Liquid damage with at least one spot with obvious corrosion since it's been cleaned up. Doesn't boot. As I said, I cleaned it, but here's a helpful diagram of where the obvious corrosion is. I have no idea. Okay, maybe I just turn it over like this. So corrosion went here. So that means your Thunderbolt and your CD3215 would be bad. But it turns on already, so does it look like you need anything from me? Yeah, it looks like I fixed this. All it needed was a couple of yawns, actually. Yeah. I'm going to email this guy back and say I yawned into your computer and now it works. I want $400, mofo. I yawned. Perhaps you mean that it doesn't boot into the operating system? I didn't plug the trackpad in the battery, so it's going to be slow. Maybe his operating system is corrupted and the board is fine. That's always a possibility. Yes, I am unscrewing this with the board on because I want to see if it boots into the OS, but I also don't want to... I'm multitasking here to save some time because this fucking takes forever to boot. So it just booted into the operating system and now I have a cursor. All right, so it does look like it boots and turns on. So it was clearly my yawn has fixed this computer. So yawning is essential skill prerequisite for MacBook repair. I'm going to see if there's any corrosion on the other side that would have caused it to be intermittent. Because perhaps it was not turning on for him, but is turning on for me. Because of my yawn, or just because the corrosion may have spread or something. Jason, Barney says, do you charge for this? Listen, if somebody can sell their dirty bathwater, I sure as fuck can sell my yawn. I'm an influencer. I don't yawn on shit for free. This computer now has the honor of knowing my DNA. No way in hell I'm giving that away for free. That should be more than $400, because $425 is board repair. This is influencer DNA on it. It's like $500. Oreo, why isn't Nell ignoring you? Oh, he's meowing for Hannah. Oh, that's where Hannah was playing with him. He really misses Hannah. That poor kitty. Oreo, come here, I'll play with you. Oreo, come here, give me some ESD. Come here, Oreo, give me some ESD. Give me some ESD. Come on, we need to fix the computer with some ESD. Where'd you go, Oreo? Come here, Oreo. Come here. Come here. Oh, you little cuddle bug. Come here. Give me some ESD, Oreo. Who's a kitty? Give me some ESD. Some good old electrostatic discharge. Okay, or you could jump off. Alright, let's touch the power supply on my computer. Ground myself. And ask all that stuff. And back to work. Oreo cried for me, and the moment I gave him attention, he ran away. I guess he really wants it now. My cat has a job now. He's an employed mouser. These bags are too tiny to fit anything. I don't know why we got this size bag. It's ridiculous. What? Dead MCP? CD3215s have zero corrosion. No corrosion here. No corrosion here. Flip it over. Minor corrosion over there. Some really minor stuff over here that he cleans well enough that I don't even have to touch it up, honestly. Okay, there we go. That could use a little touch up. But otherwise, this dude actually did everything he needed. Yeah, it's the moment this chip is, I believe, underfilled, so this stuff is underfilled. There's no point in giving a shit about what's under it. So, yeah, this guy did pretty much exactly what you're supposed to do when you get liquid on your machine. Stop using it, disconnect the battery, and clean it off. So this guy's bill here is going to be really low because he didn't just keep using it and pray that nothing would happen to it. It's smart. Alright, we're just going to tidy up some things here. Maybe, Jason. Let's cover that chip over there. You're corroded shit. You're corroded shit. You're corroded shit. Okay. Voink. And Oreo. What do we have here? What is this? This is a fine donor. One, two, three. One, two, three. worked to perfection. Yeah, this guy got really lucky. I guess, you know, big part of the reason that he was lucky was the work he put in after he got the liquid damage. To clean everything up, not reuse it. This guy really used his brain before he sent me his computer. That's really, that's genuinely appreciated. Okay, some minor touch-ups over here just to make sure this thing doesn't come back. He did some good work. You don't want to ruin it by missing shit now. There's blue around that, but that chip is underfilled, so I could care less. That's gonna go away when we ultrasonically clean the board. Some junk by the Wi-Fi chip over here, no big deal. I think it's time for Jason Barney to be banned from the chat. Now I get why I banned him the first time around. Now it all is starting to come together. Jason Barney just suggested that I get AirPods. Telling you, when people ask to be unbanned and they don't tell you what message caused you to ban them in the first place, you shouldn't unban them. Because then they'll come back to your chat and say that you should get AirPods. Why don't you just come up to me and just say, fuck you, and fuck your family? You might as well say that, because that's actually less offensive to me than suggesting that I listen to music on AirPods. Just walk up to me like they did in that movie, The Iceman, and just say, fuck you, and fuck your family. It's less offensive. Jason, there are things that nobody jokes about. Certain things wouldn't joke about somebody's mom having cancer. Wouldn't joke about the Holocaust. Don't joke about people using AirPods. That's mean. Alright, looks like this thing's turning on. This thing's turning on, so this guy's lucky that everything was work. I'm kidding, Jason. I'm screwing with you. Okay. So next up, yeah, if Erica got me AirPods for Christmas, if Erica got me AirPods for Christmas, I'd have to do some sort of like Game of Thrones season 3 and 4 and Winterfell shit outside my apartment building. Okay. Rip Erica. I don't think Erica would do that, though. Maybe she would. She's been becoming much more of a troll lately. It really does make me wonder if she's subscribed to Brittany Venti or something. Erica has become one with her inner troll. I haven't seen or heard of any of those, John. I'm sorry to hear that, Catherine. Most of mine and my family wind up dying from cardiac cardiac issues or heart attack, artery that's blocked, stuff like that. Like late 40s heart attack, early 50s death is most of my family when it comes to the, yeah. Most of my family doesn't appear to live long enough to to get cancer. There's one person in my family that had cancer. It was absolutely miserable. I'm sorry to hear that. It's a garbage disease. This already turned on. Works. I mean, I'm not gonna. It's not about discount. It's like what this really needs is just ultrasonic cleaning. Like I did some minor touch up of it. You know, there was some minor board touch up, but I didn't have to use my brain. I didn't have to really do much and fix shit. So that's the thing. If I was some sort of, you know, if I were a franchise, here's the thing. If this were a franchise, I'd be forced to say, did it go on soldering person's desk? Yes. If it did, then board repair at this price. But I can be flexible with stuff because I'm not that size of a business yet. You know, so don't get me wrong. There's a lot of times where you know board repairs $3 to $4.25, but this doesn't really need board repair. I mean, yes, it would have gone bad down the line, but like a minor touch up with the iron, like a little bit of filing here and there. You could just pay the ultrasonic cleaning fee and shipping, and that's about that. Good to go. Like, why am I going to punish the person for doing the right thing to begin with? You don't want to create an incentive to where people don't. You don't want to create these sort of perverse incentives where people are not going to want to do what's right for their electronics. Huh. All right. So. Okay. I'm really sorry, Catherine. Not really, Tony. If it's dead and all I did is remove a JTAG connector, like, I fixed the board. But this already worked, so there's not, like, I'm not as good as you give me credit for. Trust me. If I sent you a smaller keyboard, would you use it? Honestly, I would like to say yes, but the reality of it is it's probably just going to wind up on this growing mail shelf. Because if I have stuff to do and somebody says, look, Louis, somebody sent this to you, what happens is I'm soldering and I go, just put it on the shelf. But Louis, you want to look at it? I'm reflowing something. Go away. Put it on the shelf. And that's how the shelf grows and continues to grow. So I would like to say yes, but unfortunately it's probably just going to end up on this shelf and tipping over until I have more time. Okay, next machine. What do we have on the list?
Want to do a screen replacement?
On what? No. Wait, that's not Erica's machine.
Is it not? 23?
Oh, yeah. I mean, is that her actual computer? No. I'm going to fuck it up. Give it to Olga. So what you're saying, Lewis, is that someone should send you shelves. If you send me shelves, then I'm going to put the shelf box on top of this shelf, and then it's going to fall over and hit a nail, and then his tailbones are going to have to get repaired again. That's not... What are your thoughts on the video game console repair business? I think that it really only makes sense if you're just going in and out, bim bang boom, on the basic problems. Like HDMI port repair, yes. My PlayStation randomly crashes, like, yeah. HDMI port, but I can't get mail in this fucking office. Like, in a new place, I would have a special section of my desk where I could do unboxing videos. So on the same stream, I could go over or like I could switch over to it. I have a cabinet, because that cabinet is already filled with all sorts of crap that isn't what people send me. Yeah, there's no space. Take at least 1 hour a week and open your mail. What? I'm already using every hour of the week, though, for what I'm doing already. And Erica is in Hawaii. She's busy looking for six-packs. Okay. What's next? Age. A1534 no power. How's the new store? It's coming along. Paul said that they started doing my office flooring today. I don't want an A1534 no power because that's going to be a dead CPU. I move on to the next one. I'll be right back while I am looking for the next computer. Hopefully you'll be comforted by this advertisement. This video is brought to you by our sponsors at store.rossmangroup.com. Thank you for supporting our sponsors that help keep us in business. On store.rossmangroup.com, you can find chips, supplies, ultrasonics, flux, soldering stations, and more. With 4.9 stars on Shopper Approved, same-day shipping from New York City, and free continental shipping over $30, you can't lose. We even offer free support, unless you're a Please Bro, live chat, and are adding new products every day. If you buy today, we'll throw in a special offer that your order will actually go through properly. What are you waiting for? Go to store.rossmangroup.com to get yourself some authentic Amtech flux. Don't delay. Buy today. What makes you say that, Kelly Gaynor? Or is that sarcasm? Did you get the parts out from for the kitties? I will take a look. I have about 20 unopened Amazon boxes in my apartment at the moment. Erica used to open Amazon boxes. She actually found yours. She's very good at this. Yeah, you don't want to see what my apartment looks like right now. If you saw what my apartment looked like right now, you'd puke. But thank you very much, Catherine. I'll take a look and see if it's there when I get home tonight. Or this morning, I should say. Because, let's face it, I'll probably be here until this morning. Oh, thank you, Kelly. Okay. The last clip didn't really have much. So we don't need to use that one. And record. Hey everybody, how's it going? Oh, Twitch people saying I'm not reading again. I wasn't here. Come on. I was looking for another computer. I read if you put something interested in chat. I used to watch on YouTube. This is an afterthought. No, it's not. I read when there's something interesting in there. Be more interesting. As I've told. Like I told the woman I was dating last year around this time when she asked why I was dumping her. Be more interesting. Alright. Six-pack and a nice ass isn't going to get you everywhere. But anyway. Let me stop treating Twitch like that trainer from my gym. Okay. And action. Hey everybody, how's it going? So it looks like here we have an A1502 that randomly turns on or randomly turns off. A lovely problem. You can tell we're starting to get to the bottom of the pile in the queue. Stuff that nobody else wants. Let's grab a magnet. Paul only has 3 magnets left because I think I stole all of his already. He's going to be pissed when he comes in tomorrow and sees no magnets. How does staying late to do extra repairs make money? Well, we quote customers turnaround times when taking in repairs. Sometimes people may say no if the turnaround is too long and use a different company. Sometimes, if we take too long, they may tell somebody else that their experience sucked and that person may use a different company. Sometimes we may not be able to handle as many incoming phone calls as nicely as we would otherwise because there's too many people calling, perhaps to ask for status because we haven't been fast enough. The whole idea is make everything a little bit better. Maybe if they're not wasting time on junk, they can figure out how to fix the new machines better. Or maybe I'll have time to refurbish machines that are in the store so that I could sell them in the window. Or perhaps I can actually start running marketing campaigns that will increase the amount of incoming business. Many ways. Many ways. Random. Lewis isn't affiliated or partnered. I am affiliated. This video is brought to you by our sponsors at store.rossmangroup.com. Thank you for supporting our sponsors that help keep us in business. On store.rossmangroup.com, you can find chips, supplies, ultrasonics, flux, soldering stations, and more. With 4.9 stars on Shopper approved, same-day shipping from New York City, and free... Random. Random. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Yo fucking pog. Huh? Who is that ass that only gave 4 stars? I will find them and I'll make their chip stop working. That's what we're gonna do. You give 4 stars, we're gonna mail you a box of Oreo's poop. There used to be a service called Manure Mail. Anybody remember Manure Mail? Where you could actually send cow shit to people through the mail. Seems like they shut down. Very valuable service that society lost. Yeah, this is a better heatsink than the one that they have in the A1932 because it actually extends to the fan. Apple has went full think different in some of the newer ones, and the heatsink doesn't actually reach the fan. Very strange. Alright, let's look over this machine and try to see if we can figure out why it's randomly crashing. Now, here's the issue that I have with random machines, and just to give you guys a little backstory as to why it is that we will often tell customers that there's not much we can do with them. So let's say you say your machine is dead. Well, there's a list of power rails in the machine, and if it's dead, we're just going to go through each one by one, figure out which one is missing, and then we can start to shrink the area of possibility. So rather than it being, this entire board, anything on this board could be wrong. Let's say if this power rail that's powered by this chip is missing, we go, okay, let's look in this area. And then we kind of harrow down that way. If you have an issue with your screen, well, here we have the backlight circuit, screen connector, powering the screen over there, and so on and so forth. If you say, I have an issue with Thunderbolt, all right, so we got my Thunderbolt controller chip over here, we got Thunderbolt power stuff over here. There's ways to narrow things down. So let's say there's no power and the 5-volt rail is missing. Let's take a look at the 5-volt rail chip, and so on and so forth, and see what the enables are coming from. When you say it's randomly turning off or randomly doing something, where do I begin? Which one is it? Because it's not consistent. Is it this rail that's going down? Is it this rail that's going down? Is it that rail that's going down? That rail, that rail, that rail, that rail? Is this signal going off? That's like it could literally be anything. So without some sort of 3D X-ray machine like that Nordson that I was joking about earlier to tell you what it is, you're going to drive yourself crazy trying to figure it out because there's thousands upon thousands of possibilities, and that is not viable to be repaired if you don't have hints. You need a hint. There's no way that's viable to repair in a consumer repair shop setting where you're paying your $100 to $600 or whatever to figure out what's wrong with it, because that's going to take you months upon months upon months, unless you have some sort of machine that can X-ray the board, X-ray a good one, X-ray the bad one, and tell you, this chip has a bond wire in it that's intermittently connected, replace it. Now, sometimes you may get lucky, and when you get lucky, you may find that there's corrosion. This is where the joke that Paul came up with comes from, which is where he goes, he opens up one of the newer machines and goes, please don't be disgusting, please don't be disgusting. And then he opens it and it's not powering on, but it looks perfect. And he goes, oh, please don't be clean, please don't be clean. What Paul is saying is that when it's totally clean, there's no hint, which means it could literally be anything, which means you could be sitting there, replace every single component on the board, go through this for 6 months, and still not understand what the problem is. So if we take a look through it, let's see if there's anything that gives us a hint. Because we're looking for is a hint. We actually want corrosion, because people are kind of confused as to why is it that I'm rooting for corrosion in these issues? Why do you want the board to be damaged? No, I don't want the board to be damaged. I want the board to tell me where the damage is, because if it's randomly doing something, then I'm not going to know where that is. So the first thing that we see here is a lovely factory solder job. Yeah, look at that. That's quality. There's some think different going on right there. We go through the rest and see if there's anything over here that looks out of the ordinary. Let's flip around to the other side of the board. The ISL chip has what appears to be a little piece of blue frosting on it from a birthday cake. But that's not a big deal. There's lots of pubes, but remember, pubes are, a normal part of a MacBook. Now this looks starting to look like glitter, actually. Yeah, it looks like somebody took this to a strip club. Yeah, what is this? Oh, and now, is that glitter? It was in yellow and blue and green.
So that's not meth?
Yeah, I think this MacBook. Oh, look, another one. Anel, what is that? That's yellow this time.
Ooh.
See? Damn, this MacBook went to the strip club. That's why it's not turning on.
Sweat.
If I see a gray lump of liquid in here, I'm not going to assume it's flux, and I'm going to toss this off the desk. Look, more glitter. Wow. MacBook has been killed by glitter. All right. That's a lot of glitter. And there's the cum stain. There you are. There's where the person who you at the strip club blew their load. Okay, what is that thing for? This is an 820-3476 board. Let's open it up and see what that's for. There's the cum stain. Okay, so we're going to open this up in Paul Daniels' software. Paul Daniels' software is going to put it on the screen vertically because who the fuck knows why he programmed shit this way? Who the fuck? Yeah, when you have limited space, you definitely want the board to be twisted like this so that it hits you. Like, this is how Paul Daniels fixes boards, apparently. He just does it like this so that every time he moves in, the board moves. I don't fucking get it. Paul must be like the Ian Peake from that Batman Beyond episode where shit just goes through him. But us normal people put the board on the desk horizontally, not vertically. So we do that. Let's rotate this in the Paul Daniels software using the rotate shortcut that he changed. It used to be comma. He changed it to R, or from R to comma or something like that to be confusing. It's a Paul Daniels-y thing to do. All right, so with this over here, this looks like power for Thunderbolt port. So Thunderbolt, that port is going to have power on it, and it looks like this chip facilitates that. So if this has corrosion on it, you could be sending PP3v3S5 to ground. That's important because that powers the PCH, which is integrated into the CPU, which is the North Bridge, South Bridge, and 1, which is going to put out signals like PM Sleep S4L, PM Sleep S3L, PM Sleep SOL, and so on and so forth. That's going to allow power rails to turn on. You could also, you could be shorting S4 power enable to ground. All sorts of fuckery could happen if that's corroded. So we're going to remove that and replace it, and I bet this is going to stop randomly turning off. So this is why this is important. Didn't you buy DLC? What is DLC? So this is why this is important, because if I didn't have that corrosion there, let's say that this chip was the problem, right? If somebody has a randomly turning off issue, why would I look for a 3.3 volt power mux for Thunderbolt? There would be no rhyme or reason to look here. I would have no idea. Now, if this chip were bad and the inside were broken and I had some sort of X-ray machine, then it'd be like, oh, obviously it's that chip because of the broken bond wire. You can see it in the Quadra 7 whatever. But no. Believe it, that's actually worse than it looks. Yeah, those pads look like oh crap. I didn't show you me removing the chip. I'm sorry. I forgot to change the scene. My apologies. Okay, so I removed the chip and the junk above it. Sorry, I forgot to change the scene. And that actually does look pretty bad. Yeah, look at those pads. Look at that stuff. Looks like my knife has played its disappearing trick again, so I will scrape away with tweezers. Okay. There we go. If you lost your X-Acto, just use your tweezers. So after scraping that junk away, let's do this. Yeah.
You're not going to believe it, but we have 4 2012 machines.
They work?
I got to look at them.
No, I do believe it. It's just that we haven't made the time to fix them because it's been too busy with everything else. So let's make them work. Window.
Put a 2010 screen in it and it's working.
Yeah, that'll work. All those LCDs are cross-compatible. The interesting thing is the LED driver from year to year has slightly different backlight I-set and backlight F-set. So it does make me wonder if the backlight is different in them. See, the brightness is probably going to be off by 1 or 2%, but we won't tell the customer. The people who are going to be doing color grading on that TN panel on that consumer-grade computer are going to be angry when it's off by 2%. Hopefully I turn my mic off for that evil that I just took part in. Rossman exposed! Yeah, those pads, I clearly soldered on top of corrosion. That's unacceptable. You can tell by the quality of the joints there. So we're just going to scrape. I added some flux, so I get the micro pencil tip on, put some pressure on, and scrape, 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 scrape. Scrape, 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 da-dun, da-dun, da. Scrape, 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 da-dun, da-dun, da. Scrape your MacBook. Scrape your MacBook. Scrape, 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 da-dun, da-dun, da. Scrape, 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 scrape your MacBook. Where is Oreo?
He's using your oven mitt as a pillow.
Hey, that's my oven mitt, little Oreo. Oh, he's so cute. He's sleeping. He's tired. He has a hard job, that kitty. It's hard to look cute all day. Hmm?
We have the box of distilled water, but we can't put it in this box. That's Oreo's like.
That's Oreo's resting place. We have to set up an Oreo cam. I just don't have an Oreo cam. It would be nice to have an Oreo cam. That does not want to come off with the damn tweezer. Gravity has failed me. What do you think someone from 200 years ago would think if they saw what we were doing right now? Like if they saw I was taking little squares off of a board and putting it on another board because they're going to allow this big brain to think and output video to screens and shit. Like what do you think they would even just think of this profession? I could only imagine. Damn it.
Are you going to sell that customer the rehotted PCH?
Yes. It was corrosion. It wasn't a failed PCH. If it was a clean board and rehotting the PCH fixed it, that would have been a bullshit repair. But the fact that the PCH had lots of corrosion under it, not lots, but just marginal corrosion around it, and that's fine. It'll be backed with the full Rossmann warranty. I'm proud of that PCH. That was reflowed with a proper profile by an automated rework machine. Who needs a Zalmao? Damn it. Fucking piece of shit. Sit the fuck down. I don't have an anger problem. Those chips have a sitting problem. Yes, you don't have an anger problem. Instead, Max must have a Taunt Lewis problem. Exactly. Somebody understands me. Just glad to see that you understand me. Thank you for giving the public at large entertaining background audio with these long streams. Thank you for watching, Christopher Kelly. Butter whales watched my turbo dry. Alright, see how many amps this thing is taking. I grabbed the wrong MagSafe, but it'll still work. Just gotta twist it a little bit. You just gotta twist it a little bit. It's the fan is spinning. Now again, the other thing that sucks about anything intermittent, how do I test if this is still a problem? If sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, that means that any machine that I fix, it's not just that it has to go through a testing stage. Before I can even put this back in the machine and be sure that I fixed it, if I don't know what it is, then I have to have it sit here for hours upon hours, wait for it to occur again, measure what rail goes down the moment it happens, which would probably mean having 20 wires going to the board to see which rail goes out first. Not practical. Luckily, in my case, it was a single liquid damage chip, so I know what it was. PP3V3S5 was probably shorted to ground, or S4 Power Enable was shorted to ground around that area, because wherever was going to that chip, if there's a green cloud on it, all bets are off. Any of those signals in that area could be down. So if S4 Power Enable gets shorted to ground, then every single power rail that's an S4 power rail is not going to be enabled. If PP3V3S5 is shorted to ground, then everything, including the PCH inside the CPU, that's essentially the brain of the computer, is not going to get power to turn on. Very important. So that's it for today. As always, I hope you learned something. Hopefully you have a little bit of a better understanding of why it is that many companies dislike working on randomly occurring issues. And see you in the next video. Thank you. Cut! How do you have your overhead camera mounted? Using some cheap-ass wall mount? And then it goes to a thingy that a little ball thingy so that you could rotate it around, and then it goes to a thingy that goes into the camera itself. So it's a lot of thingies. I didn't. Copyrighted material, Haldry. It's like 20 copyrighted songs from 20 different record labels in there. That stream didn't stand a chance, unfortunately. What?
Doesn't have image. You have an image.
What?
There's voltage There's the voltage image, but there's no image.
Ah, 2012 one?
Yeah.
Pretty hot
With
PCH.
a 2010 screen.
Oh, does it work with the 2012 screen?
I don't have one.
Try Paul's test screen, see if it has a picture. If it doesn't with that, then Reeve Hot PCH.
It did have screen for like a while, and so
Oh.
I did PRAM reset.
Oh, that's really weird. Okay, don't Reeve Hot PCH. Maybe. Let's see. Quadro, I have a lot of them at home on a NAS, but not all of them because a lot of the stuff like I forgot to put there or I deleted before I could make it home because I have to actually physically bring it home on a drive. I can't upload it home because the internet here sucks. Also, a lot of them are not named properly because before I put it on the NAS, I like to name it with the date and then the title of the video. But when I'm just quickly encoding stuff, I'm just usually I name it like Easy 3437 or Fucked Up A1502, and then I have to figure out what the names of all those are later. But I don't have time for that at the moment. There's about like 90 things in the list of when there's time or spare resources for it that are probably never going to be gotten to, and that's one of them. No thoughts of that, Christopher Kelly. No, none at all. Okay, next. What? Keyword? No. Yeah. That's a Steve drive. Google has this takeout feature where you can re-download everything, and since I'm not sure what I do have and what I don't have, and there's over 1,000 videos and the file names don't match, that's a clusterfuck. So I'm thinking of just using Google Takeout once with a 16 terabyte disk or two 16 terabyte disks and just re-downloading everything, but then renaming them with all the dates. But I'd have to have somebody else who's willing to actually sit there and put a file name on 1,200 to 1,400 different videos and categorize them. Like, these are all the board repair ones, these are all the rant ones, these are all the this, these are all the that, and actually look up the individual video. That's something that it's a project. It's just not something I've made time for. Thank you, Butterfly Wells. I appreciate that. Okay, what's next? Let's open up some stuff. Be right back. I'll be right back. For the time being, here's an L. He's so cute. Oh, his eyes have gook on them. Actually, I have to clean his eye out. Oreo, come here. I gotta clean you, boy. Where'd Oreo go? There he is. He heard the word clean. He's not gonna come now. Oreo. Alright. I have to clean your eye, okay? My hand is very quick, okay? I promise. No, there's none. I cleaned it with alcohol. Okay. Eye gook is cleaned. Next up is Oreo. You know what time of the day it is, right? Yeah, he knows. He knows what's coming up next. Oreo. He heard the word clean. This cat's smarter than I give him credit for. Oreo. Oreo. Come on. Get up. Oreo. Once you learn how to do this yourself, I can stop doing it, okay? Oreo, come on, sit. This will be over before you know it, okay? Come on, Oreo, stay, boy. Oreo. I really love Oreo. He's a good cat, but the problem is that he doesn't wipe his ass. And most people don't believe me with this, but if you check it after a week or two, it's so beyond disgusting. Or like if I go on vacation and come back and have somebody else that just feeds him, he doesn't clean himself at all. Nothing. And it builds up, and it's fairly disgusting. And I've been trying to figure out how to motivate him to wipe his own ass for a really long time, but nothing works. So, yeah. He's a cute cat, but the problem is that the lack of ass wiping, or ass cleaning. We've tried many different foods. Blackberry and Clinton both clean themselves very thoroughly. It's only the Poreo that doesn't clean his ass. Sorry. Yeah, Ace, it's sad. No, Duo, been working. That was quite passive aggressive. Ultrasonic Oreo and say hello to Analysis Copes. I'm not gonna ultrasonic my cat. What a fucking savage are you? Hey everybody, how's it going? So here we have an A1398 15-inch MacBook Pro, and it's randomly kernel panicking. Let's open this thing up and see if it's one of the models that's known for randomly kernel panicking. In an old video, I was showing you how the solder joints on the GPU buck converter on this machine are particularly terrible. Many people get it wrong and they think that reflowing the GPU fixes the problem. Not only are they lowering the lifespan of their GPU by reflowing it and putting it through that heating cycle, but they're not actually fixing the problem long term of the GPU buck converter. If that manages to fix your problem, it's only because you've ancillary heated the GPU buck converter underneath the board, whose solder joints are the actual problem when the board flexes. You can tell that Apple understood that this is the problem in their recall program, because what they will do is they will put what looks like a little piece of shoe rubber right on top of that chip, just kind of smash it onto the board, because that's totally going to fix the problem. Let's open this thing up and see if it's that model machine that is known for that failure. Let me turn off this fume extractor because it's really loud. All right. Not soldering anything just yet. Thank you, Jorge. All right, looks like this machine's already missing a screw. Not it. Looks like this screw is kind of semi-stripped, so somebody probably started unscrewing this with a cheap-ass crap screwdriver instead of one of these nice Weeha drivers. You can get one of the Weeha 4PL at the link in the description down below. If you buy something using that link, we get between 4 to 12% of the gross proceeds. Just shilling. Always shilling. Always be shilling. This video is brought to you by our sponsors at... I can't do that to you. It would be fun to do that to you, but I'm not gonna. Alright, that's a lot of dust. So this is indeed the 820-3332 board that is known for this problem. If you are unable to read that number off of the board, it likely means that you have some sort of damage to your eyes, or your retinas, or corneas, because it's written right over here, real easy to see, in nice large print. See that? 820-3332. So let's take the board out and take a look at what the GPU buck converter area looks like on this machine. Just take the whole thing apart. Now remember, this is a randomly occurring issue, so it's not going to be something I could really demonstrate on live stream, because the way we're going to test for this is we're probably going to run some software on it for an hour that's going to stress the GPU. Probably not an hour, more like 10 minutes. This is an Apple after all. If you were overclocking a desktop PC, it's best to run something like memtest for 8 hours, Prime 95 8 hours, and some sort of GPU burn-in program for 8 hours to really make sure it's stable. But this is a Mac. If I run something that's intensive for more than 10 or 20 minutes, I expect it to be dead. So that's not what we do here. I don't think there's a single fucking MacBook that would survive the testing that we would give to an overclocked machine. Yeah, you can just Google and find a program called GPU Test online. It does a fine job. Oreo wants to use our bathroom. Oreo? He's going to be very passive-aggressive towards me since I cleaned his butt. I wish a lot of things were taught in schools, Argbala, but it's mostly junk trivia on shit that nobody is going to remember. It's not important to understand why a war is fought. It's important to know the names of the generals. It's not important to understand any of the elements of personal finance or financial markets. It's really important to know abstract mathematical theories that you're going to forget right after you take the test. Those solder joints are shit. How the fuck could Apple not be ashamed to produce this? Damn. Oreo solder is better than this. Look at that third one down over here. It's got a cut on it. The fourth one from the right on the bottom. Oh man. That's shit. Because you have to keep in mind, when I look at this, just up the exposure here, is that is not water damaged. This is not water damaged. That's just Apple. That's awful. Look at that. It's like self-corroding solder. Again, and when people say that this is all like it's planned obsolescence, there's certain things Apple does, like making sure that certain chips are not replaceable and telling the manufacturer not to sell them to anybody else, like with the ISL 9240. where it's obvious that it's intentional. You're purposely making it so that people cannot buy a $5 to $15 chip that's required to fix a $1,500 to $33,000 product. But when it comes to shit like this isn't planned. That's just good old bad manufacturing and stupidity. Like it would be lovely to be able to credit to Apple bad the malice, but this is just shit design. So let's make those look nice. Those nice self-corroding solder joints. And again, every time I do this, figuring out problems like this, putting in the effort to figure out the problems and then fix it, and then, we're charging people hundreds of dollars every single time they come to us with one of these problems. And every single day, I keep saying the same thing. Hey, you may want to reconsider buying this stuff. You may want to reconsider buying this thing. And I'm dishonest. I get paid good money to do what I'm doing right now. See, this looks like I'm filing my nails, right? It's as simple as filing my nails. But this thing that's seemingly so simple, we get paid good money here. Like, I'm employing 13 people here. About 12, I think, since one of them is putting time into school right now. Off of doing this. Just filing my nails. See that? Look at the difference in those joints. And I'm willing to give up all that money to say, hey, maybe you don't want to give this company any more money. Here's why I don't think you should give them money. Let me demonstrate to you on camera why it is you should not give this company more money. And every day, I come to the YouTube comment section, see 100, 200, 300 comments. You have no integrity. You made this up. You're paid to say bad things about Apple? No, I'm paid to incentivize people to keep buying this shit. Because there's good money in doing this. There's so much good money in doing this. But yeah, so look at the joints on the right and look at the ones in the bottom and the top. So the bottom and the top are the joints that I did. See? Bottom and the top are the joints that I just did. Take a look at what they look like. And then take a look at what the left and the right, which is the before. So left and right are the before joints, top and bottom are the after joints. Those are the old ones. See those? And here you have the new ones. All right, now we're going to do the other two sides. Like filing my nails. Good night, Tim J. Thanks for watching. It looks so pretty when it's all done, doesn't it? That's the one you just put on?
No.
Oh, different one.
I just took another screen off. Just drowning in the screen.
Now we're going to see if we get GPU vCore when hooked up to a screen. Your thoughts on creating a virtual class to teach board repair? You would upload videos explaining how everything works and add a little exercise at the end. What kind of exercise? What purpose would that serve? How would it teach? How would I tell if somebody could solve the board in person? How would I tell how they solder? How would I teach them how to solder? I'm not really sure how that would work, to be honest with you. It seems like a lot of work for very little to no reward, and it doesn't seem like it would be making it as accessible as it is if I simply make these videos and explain everything and answer questions when they come up. Okay, so this goes in the machine. Now, all I'm interested in, I just plug in the screen and the charger. I just want to see if I get GPU vCore. If I get GPU vCore, I'm a happy boy. Let's see. So let's see what the multimeter gives me. GPU vCore is 0.9, exactly what it's supposed to be. Screen voltage is screen voltage is oh, Paul Daniels software, really? Really, Paul? My multimeter says 5 and you say. How does this multimeter software not know to change my multimeter to serial mode? There needs to be an alert on that software that says not transmitting. How dare it not inform me when I've made a user error? Alright, so 5 volts on there. Screen backlight is... Screen backlight is 46 volts. I'm probably going to have an image on my screen because the GPU and the screen and all that stuff is on. And we got a blinking question mark folder. So that's about that. This machine was having an issue because of the garbage soldering on U8900. And as I've displayed in other videos, when Apple had a recall program on this machine, they were actually fixing these for free up until, I believe, the end of 2016. The recall program started around April of 2015, April or May of 2015. And they were fixing them for free for about a year and a half. And what they were doing, if you actually open them up, the solder joints there were virtually just as bad, except they put a little tiny piece of rubber on top of the chip to just kind of smash it into the board. Because when you have a solder joint that seems to be self-corroding, the best thing to do is to just take that thing and just go onto the board instead of soldering it properly. This happens because this machine's board did not have sufficient support. So right down the middle, there's going to be a fault line where anything that is in that area is susceptible to bad solder joints, and that just tends to be the first thing that is susceptible to them. You may also have issues in this model where the RAM is beeping right along that fault line, and it's typically the RAM chips that are right along that line in the middle of the machine. I think it's one of the things that I respond to, because this is just something that shows up in my comments constantly, is like what I would want to tell people is each time I do this, I get paid hundreds of dollars. So I think it would be in my best interest if it was like pure money, and I just wasn't saying anything because I had my own thoughts, would be Apple products are great. Yeah, they have issues every now and then, but they're a great innovative company. Nobody else is doing what Apple is doing, so just buy their stuff. I mean, yeah, PCs suck. Don't forget about the fact that there are models that are good that don't have these issues, but there are some that are cheap that do have those issues. You like OS X. It's a lovely interface. It's worth dealing with this. Tim Cook wants the best for you. I would probably, I'd really dig into all the reasons that you should buy these machines, regardless of solder-on SSDs or design flaw year after year after year. Because as I said, every time I pick up this little thing and go zoop, 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 I don't even have to resolder the chip. I just go zoop, 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 zoop. I'm getting paid hundreds upon hundreds of dollars to do that. And yet still, my message is reconsider purchasing these products until they start being designed better, with an eye towards durability, where they don't have ridiculous design flaws that companies who are manufacturing laptops for 15 or 20 years figured out how to fix 15 years ago. But no, I did. Okay, I enabled and then I disabled and then enabled it. I hope Rick Tech does not do a lip reading of what I said while the mic wasn't working. That will get me in trouble. But, oh well. I'm sure he'll. So, where are we here? Okay, I'm going to have to redo that ending. So it looks like the issue here is that son of a bitch, you didn't start recording again, really? So it looks like the issue with this machine was that the GPU buck converter had very bad solder joints. And this is a common issue in this machine because there's no support to keep it level. They added that in the 2013 late model and upwards so that the board would stay level. In 2015, after many years of people complaining, Apple finally recalled this along with some other models, and they would cover it for free up until December of 2016. And that time, what they would do, rather than resolder the chip that's coming desoldered from the board, is put a little piece of rubber over it that would smash it into the board, because smashing a chip, just pushing it harder on that little corroded solder joint is going to make it all better. And obviously these things would fail again because you're not supposed to take a chip that's not connected properly and just smash it. You're supposed to actually resolder it properly. This is one of the areas where I become somewhat frustrated when I read the, several hundred comments a day I get saying, this person's making this up, this person is purposely saying this stuff because of an ulterior motive. I think that there is an IQ test evident in some of these accusations that is being failed, which is that every time I do this, I take my little iron and as easily as is filing my nails, I do zoom, 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 zoom. Those 4 zoonks, each of those 4 zoonks is worth about $70 to $100 when it comes to this model and what people are willing to pay to fix it. If I came on here and said, yeah, OS 10 is great. Oh, look at the new features in the new Mac. Oh, those machines are amazing. It's so simplistic. It's beautiful. It's elegant to use. Apple stuff is great. I mean, they're innovative. Of course, they're going to screw things up from time to time. But so does every other company. It would be in my best economic interest to simply brush these things under the rug, because there is just so much money to be made in such a short time period from undoing these design flaws and mistakes. And the more people decide to buy these, the more people that buy these, the more machines there will be where we could literally charge hundreds of dollars to go zoom, 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 zoom. But I don't. I try to give you what I believe to be my honest opinion, which is that while there are lots of cheap shit garbage out there, there's also lots of stuff out there that's affordable and really well designed, where they've solved a lot of these issues over 15 years ago and that Apple is still having to this day, whether it's inability to type on a keyboard properly, inability to open it properly, inability to produce any just functional solder joints. It's just basic crap that other companies failed at and solved a long time ago. I tell you the truth. I show you objectively why it failed, and then I give you my opinion and commentary after showing you the failure under the microscope and demonstrating what it is they could have done differently so that it doesn't fail. And I hope that you hold the company responsible and that you stop giving them money. And if you were to stop giving the company money, if you were to listen to my advice, if you were to heed my recommendations, I would not have devices coming in the door that would allow me to employ people like Anel over here or be able to pay rent on a new store. But what do? Do I tell you, no, buy it, it's great, Apple stuff is amazing, or just keep my mouth shut rather than chill? No, I give you my honest, professional opinion. Just a little rant there, and something I want you to really think about when you read, when you start questioning people's integrity, when their money is made, their bread and butter is fixing the very device that they are begging you to stop buying and spending money on. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. Cut! Sukablet. Anel is still paid piecemeal. Anel is paid on commission for each PCH and dead CPU job that he fixes with his Alma.
battery this squishy?
No. I don't want to feel the battery. Stop touching the exploding battery. It's no good for you. Yeah, how did you get Camille to get hit by a car? You're a bad influence on people here. You're a bad influence.
And you're a good influence?
I'm a good influencer. I'm an amazing influencer, actually.
You influence the PCH to turn off?
I influence the PCH to turn on. Yeah, the OK Boomer thing was, we were doing that before anybody else. Steve was calling people boomers back in 2014. It started as a meme here because here's the way, with data recovery, if you recover a customer's data and all you can get are files and folders and you give it to somebody who is not a boomer, they will typically be okay. If you do that to somebody who is a boomer, they will very oftentimes scream at you or actually cry inside the store, because if you put their files in front of them, what I found, and this is why I'm never going to be able to run for political office, because this is going to get played 40 years from now when I run for governor, was what I found is that when you give somebody over 50 or 60 years old their files, they look at their files in the folders the same way that a koala looks at a eucalyptus leaf that's not on the tree. That koala would literally starve to fucking death if you put the eucalyptus leaf on the plate in front of him before he will think to himself to eat it. Now with Macs, there's this thing called Migration Assistant. And one of the things that is great about Macs for people who don't really understand computers, but is a nightmare for data recovery technicians, is that they don't encourage you to know where your files are. Where is your music? I don't know. It's in a library. Where are your photos? I don't know. It's in a library. Where is this? I don't know. It just remembers it for me. So if you give them their actual files, they will flip the fuck out because they have no idea what to do with it. So there's something called Migration Assistant, and if you're able to get a good clone of the drive, use some sort of software to fix the operating system to get it to a point that's good enough where even if it doesn't boot, you can use Migration Assistant on a fresh installation to migrate everything over, so their wallpaper is there, their passwords are there, their Wi-Fi shit is their Wi-Fi passwords are there. Their iPhoto library shows up like it did before. Their iTunes playlists are exactly where they were before. They'll be okay. But if you give them their files in a folder and they open their mail app and the mail app does not remember their email password in their email server, I'm not kidding. I've had several people in the store actually cry. We've had people, there was one person, and the thing is that's so fucked up is I remember explaining to them, just to be clear, the only way I can recover your data is files. I'm not able to recover your programs, your preferences within those programs, your libraries, saved passwords, saved servers. I can get the files, like the stuff in your documents folder, the stuff in your desktop folder, the stuff in your pictures folder. And she opens her mail app, and when it asks her for her server, she actually started to cry in the store and started going on about how we all ripped her off and whatever. And then I had to listen to the phone call just after, because I'm kind of wondering myself, listen, why would somebody cry and lose their shit like this in the store if I wasn't wrong? So that's why I record phone calls. So I go to listen to this phone call. Like, did I miss it? Did I not push it hard enough? And I actually did push it as hard as you could. This was actually a 9-minute phone call that should have been 30 seconds because I kept asking over and over, are you sure you understand me? And they didn't. So at some point we instituted a boomer policy, which is if you are a boomer and we are unable to recover your data as a migration where it copies over the email passwords and the program preferences and all of that stuff, we just wouldn't do it. Like we just couldn't do it because every fucking time for 8 damn years that we would do that, it would result in somebody cursing us out, screaming, becoming aggravated, filing a chargeback or something, and it just we couldn't fucking do it. Like, so we offer, if we can get your data, like migration of drive, great. If we can't, just fuck it. You can't sell that to somebody who's old. Like, because that's the thing. People say, well, that's ageism. That's not right. I'm old and I understand. It's like, yes, you are. Yes, that's fine. But you're probably an old person that when your hard drive has corruption on it, you're not coming here. Dennis Ritchie, when his operating system stops booting, I'm sure doesn't show up to his local computer repair shop for it. But that shit used to drive us up a fucking wall. And we tried. Steve and I Steve's been here for 6 years. Steve and I over the past 6 years have tried coming up with different ways of explaining it, different ways of illustrating it. We would even try booting up into a fresh operating system that had just a folder with music, pictures, this, and saying this is what it's going to look like. And we thought that maybe that would fix the problem. And it didn't fix the problem. It didn't fix it. If you couldn't do a full migration, it just wouldn't work. And it's like, yeah, so we came up with something where essentially you needed to show us that you would understand that when we give you your files back as folders with files in them, that you would be okay with it. And you essentially needed to prove to us that you understood that before we would do the work. Because and that's what it wound up being. If you couldn't prove to us that you understood what we were explaining to you, we just wouldn't do it. Because there's only so many times that I can have somebody actually cry in the front of the store saying, you told me that this would look exactly like it did before. It fucking hurt. It hurt.
You need a board those?
Yeah, what's that?
No backlight?
Maybe. I take. Thank you. And I know, like, every time I've had this conversation, we go, no, you don't understand, Lewis. You didn't explain it properly. You try. You try. You try. For PC users, if you save their photos, they're happy. Yeah, that's the other thing. We would also explain it. We can get your music and your pictures. We just can't get the rest. You can't? No. Technically, I can. I mean, I can get every single file on there. But when I say I can get anything but music and pictures and documents, in their mind, they hear, it's going to look the same as it did before. And like once somebody looks at their computer, once you're done recovering the data and goes, it doesn't look the same as it did before, you're fucked. There's nothing you could say at that point that's going to fix anything. It's like if you call your wife a cunt. It doesn't matter what you do after you call your wife a cunt. You could get her a new, you could send her on vacation. You could buy her a car. You could apologize. You could bring her to a spa. You could cut off your own dick right there in front of her. It doesn't matter. Once you've called your wife a cunt, you're done. And the same thing is true when somebody looks at you after you deliver them a finished data recovery and goes, it doesn't look the same as it did before. My wallpaper's different. Why are my icons not where they used to be? You're fucked. There's nothing you can do. And you'll feel your heart start to sink. You know the feeling if you work in customer service. You know the feeling. Don't lie. Of what this is like. Your heart just starts to sink, and it's like, because you know there's no fixing it at that point. There's nothing. Even if you say, okay, you know what? Here, you don't have to pay me. No money. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at that point. Even if you say, don't pay me, you can take your fucking data for free, because they'll think that you have it. They'll think that you had the data. You just don't want to give it to them because you're fucking with them. Just give me back the machine just as it was. Yeah, but your old drive was clicking, and it's. Yeah, but I wanted. You're fucked. There's nothing you can do at that point. Because I've gotten to the point when this stuff happened, where it's like it's Sunday night. I stayed at work 2 hours late. So I was just about to leave. I'm hungry. Haven't eaten lunch yet. Somebody knocks on the gate. Can I pick up my machine? Fine, whatever. Fuck it. We've been closed for 3 hours, but I'm not going to be a dick. Here you go. And that shit happens. I've tried it. I've tried just saying, here, fuck it. You can just take it back for free. Take the hard drive we put in there. Just take it. I want to go. I want to get my food. I just don't want to deal with an emotional meltdown right now. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't. Oh. And this is the fucked up thing is that something like this, you're not allowed to say what I'm saying right now. It's one of those fucked up things where you're not allowed to say it. But every fucking person who has been customer facing in a computer shop of any kind knows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. And it's not like we're screwing people left and right. If you Google the company, it's like there's tens of thousands of people that have nice things to say about us because we try to treat customers well. It is also very frustrating when somebody says that I'm purposely keeping their email password from them because I'm such an asshole. I needed the Outlook profile OST file, thanks. What do you mean, PST file? Your heart sinks because you know the customer is about to go full Karen. Do people that stupid actually have data worth recovering? They're not stupid. They're not. They're really not. Like, they're not stupid. They're just, like, 70 years from now, do you know how stupid most of us are going to be when we're looking at new technology? Again, there are people like the Dennis Ritchies of the world. I'm sure in 2010 he was up on everything because he knew his shit. It's just the average person walking into your store. It's not Dennis Ritchie. Lewis hates old people. I don't hate old people. I don't. Why is my background gone, says Copaz? Any potential move-in date? Yes, the move-in date is once it's ready. It didn't help that my manager forced me to help them reset their password, which they almost could never do because they couldn't remember the security questions. You did what you could, Lewis, as drummer. I do. I try. Yeah, one of the things that used to drive people that worked here nuts is the other people who worked here would just say, fuck it, I'm grabbing your data folder and that's it. What I used to do is I used to try to make a perfect clone of your drive, which takes more time. Then I would try to use tools to make that operating system work just enough, fix that operating system, that I could then migrate it to another drive. This is time consuming because it requires making a clone rather than recovering the original drive. More time. It requires more work. But I would try every single time to be able to get the customer back a full migration, because a full migration is a better customer experience. And if you give the customer a better experience, they're more likely to recommend you. They're more likely to come back. They'll recommend you people that have easy jobs like the one I just did, where it's just like filing, like around there. If the customer has a better experience, they're always going to come back. I genuinely put time and effort in. And I remember Milan, who used to work here, the Serbian dude that did the old MacBook Retina repair video. It used to fucking piss him off so much that I would try to get people's applications back, because I realized why people are coming here, saying they really want their data. No, you want me to migrate your cracked version of your apps that your friend got you that you don't know how to get back. Like, I get it. It's the East Village, you know. Incomes are down here. Number of artists is up here. You didn't pay for your Waves Mercury bundle. Let's be real. Like, I would try to migrate everything. If you open your computer and it looks exactly the way it did before you got here, you're going to be happier than you were before. And one of the things I mentioned in the older review videos is so many repair shops complain that they don't get, it's just impossible to get good reviews. People only give reviews when something bad happened. They're not motivated when something good happens. You know when they're motivated when something good happens? When they actually paid $10,000 for their plugins, lost all the information, that company went out of business, and their one last hope to get everything back the way it was is you, and you do it. That's what makes people happy. It would drive me nuts because I would put in all that effort to do all that extra work, and it used to piss everyone here off just to be able to give them the computer that looked the same as it did before. And in that 10% of the time where I couldn't do that, people would just wring my neck over it, saying you promised you would. Fuck out of here. Anyway, that's done. Move on to the next machine. I'm having flashbacks. No more of that. No more war flashbacks. No. It doesn't really matter what they've signed when that's the reality. You may be legally in the right, but that doesn't have much of an impact on what happens. Yeah, that doesn't fucking matter. Who gives a shit if you're legally liable? You're financially liable because they're going to tell everybody else don't use you. You're going to have less business. You're going to have less customers. You're going to have a chargeback, which, again, the customer always wins anyway. At the end of the day, if you're down to the point where you're saying the contract you signed is what I did, if that's your standard of that you made the customer happy, in my opinion, you fuck something up. And I see it the same way. If we're at the point where the only reason that I can say that I did my job is I did what the contract said, even if the customer wants to cut my head off, I probably fuck something up. I can't affect them. I can't affect how they think. I can't change who you are. I can't change your knowledge level, but I can change how I explain things, and I can change how I do things. Yeah, I can't control other people, but I can control myself. So I try to control how I offer the service I offer, how I explain things, because even if somebody else is a dick, let's say they're a dick, are you going to change that? You can't really change it. You can change how you act, because that may influence how a dick is going to deal with you, but you can't change if somebody that is a dick. The complaining about the other person being a dick is not going to change how that event occurred. But if you change your own practices, you may change how it occurs. Okay. Out of here. Hey everybody, how's it going? So here it looks like we have a machine that doesn't have a backlight that was handed to me by Anel, and this is from 2010. The fuck am I gonna get an LP8543? LP8545, I suppose. Really?
They won't ever repair it. It's actually a recent ticket.
Okay. Look under your desk.
Alright.
There's no cat there, and there's no intern there, so I'm not sure what it is you're suggesting I look for. Look at that beautiful Toshiba 5400 RPM, 250 gigabyte hard drive. Man, this meant you were balling at the time. Having this drive meant you had the money for an Apple product. Yeah, I got a laptop and it's got 250 gigs of storage in it. Hard drive. What the fuck, Hopaz? This is no backlight, not kernel panicking. This is 13 inch, not 15 inch. Copaz? You make me think I'm a bad teacher. Oh man, these Wi-Fi cables these things used were trash. I remember those Wi-Fi cables. I remember this first came out when I started doing this. This used to be new. This was a year and a half in. This is when this machine came out. Wow, the MCP89. So new. So powerful. Much powerful graphics. Didn't hear what you said. Copaz, stop paying me back your salary. Okay. What is this? Ugh. Gross. LED driver. Backlight enable. One wire circuit. LED returns. And the connector. Okay, is this approved, Anel?
No.
You know what? We'll wait for this to be approved since it's from 2010. Sometimes we'll do it anyway, and if they disapprove, then I wasted my time. But there's too high a chance of them not wanting to pay for this, given that this computer is worth like $120 now. It's not the computer's fault. It deserves love and care. Does it? Does it? What?
Or you sneezed and it's
Oreo sneezed?
weird sound.
Oreo? Aw, why is Anel ignoring you? Anel, pet the kitty. Pet the kitty. Anel, pet the kitty. He's talking a lot. I think he wants you to pet him. I would suggest not touching the MacBook Air while petting Oreo. Oreo is an ESD machine.
Right on the CPU.
Seriously. Oreo, why is Anel ignoring you? Oreo. Oh, he's nuzzling Anel, and Anel is still ignoring him. This is so cruel. You can see that Oreo just wants some love. Oh, poor Oreo. Anel, pet the cat.
I'm trying to refurbish Mac.
Stop refurbishing MacBooks and pet the fucking kitty. Okay, time to find a new machine. I can't believe Anel's not petting the kitty. What a cruel, cruel man. Kitty is there meowing at you, nuzzling you, and he just ignores the kitty. Absolutely evil! When a kitty requests petting, you pet the kitty. Oreo kitten. Oreo? Oh. Don't follow Anel. He just ignores you. Come here, Oreo. Come here, Oreo. 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 Oreo cat. Oreo cat. Oreo cat. Oreo cat. Come here. Come here, you little lap kitty. Oreo? You want attention, don't you? You want nuzzles. I cleaned my gloves before I touched my kitties, so you're aware. Hi. You don't want me, do you? You want to know. I am going to visit the store tomorrow. See you there. Maybe I'll bring some greenies. I'm going to be in a little later tomorrow. Oreo for Office Cat 2020 is happening, says JP. JP, how are you doing? This is Oreo the cat, by the way. Anel ignores Oreo, so now Oreo's sad. Sorry, Oreo.
Steve.
What?
He recycles his boards, but he steals the SSD and then just tosses everything else.
What?
All this was a bad LCD connector. You want to do that?
I'm going to be about done for today.
Alright. No 4 a.m. stream?
No 4 a.m. stream.
Okay. I'll just pull that up.
Well, all that needs is an SSD?
Yeah.
How many machines only need an one of the A1502 SSDs at this point to be sellable? What about the other ones that are in the slot? E9.
It's, I think, 2 airs that are missing, and then we have like 4 2012 airs with the SSD in it.
So they have the SSD? So what is... Let's go through... I got to end the stream at this point. So I'll see you all later. Thank you very much for watching. And as always, I hope you learned something. And I'll do a store update since it seems like they worked on my floor later on. I want to go through, instead of just the repairs, I also want to go through the stuff that we should be selling and have in the window since we haven't had machines for sale for a while. And, oh, Anel's finally taking his duty as a father seriously. That is Anel with a kitty. Hey, that's a cat. Oreo. Oh. He does not want to... He wanted to be picked up so badly before, and now he doesn't want attention. Office cat. I cleaned him. Alright. I'll see you all later. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, I hope you learned something.